I really never know if this is working. Always just says sending data, and then it's streaming. So I guess I do know. I do know if it works. Oh my goodness. This tutorial was so hard to record. Oh my word. I'm so glad I got it done. No, it's so done. It's more done than you could imagine. It's about as much as you can imagine, but yeah, it's done. We've been donified. Alright, let's go in and actually edit this sucker. Can we edit a video? Is that even remotely possible? Okay, what am I doing? I'm grabbing screen and talking head. Okay. Let's go to the media pool. Oh, I'm gonna do the things and stuff. I really hope this tutorial actually works out really well. I spent so much time on this thing. I really hope it works. Change project frame rate. It should all be the same. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Oi. Alright, if we pull this down, switch over to this screen here. Alright. There's so much, it's crazy. Alright, let's go ahead. I'm gonna generate proxies. And you know what the great thing about this is now? You know the great thing about Resolve now? Let's do the entire project. Oh, progress proxy! Oh, I'm so happy! Oh my goodness. It's just the greatest. Okay. Color tutorial sources, and then I'm gonna do a different proxies thing because I don't want it to be something that it's not. Oh my goodness, I have to like really think about this. Okay, don't use project name subfolder. All of media. Oh boy, it's gonna be even bigger than the project. That's funny. It's so funny. Oh wait, I almost forgot. You know what I should do? Instead of using all MKVs, I should use my custom script and convert them all to the thing that it should be. Okay, CMD. Okay, and then we can do MKV to MOV, and that'll convert all of them. We'll just let that run. Go to talking head. Do the same thing with this one. MKV to MOV, and boom. Good, we did that. So in Resolve, actually, I need to remove these folders because I'm not using those. All right, so remove the MKV files. I don't want to have to do this again. I just want to make sure this is working. All right, we're good. That would be the worst if I deleted these MKV files and all of a sudden, oh, none of the videos are working anymore. That thing you just spent an entire day recording, yeah, you're gonna have to do it again. At what point do you just go, I'm done. I'm just done with it all. Please, please be done. Okay, but we're fine. I trust my scripts. Probably not the greatest idea in the world. But whoops, I didn't want to move my webcam over there. I'm hiding. Okay. Goodness, it's been such a long day. All right. Oh, right. I have to go in here and then highlight both and then do that. And yes, project frame. I don't care. Whatever. Oh, that's weird. It did change it to 24 when I did that. Huh. I mean, not that it matters, but, you know. It's a thing. Okay. Yeah, highlight both folders. Well, I don't have to do, I just do the entire project. Okay. Go to media management. Transcode all media, blah, blah, blah. Pros proxy, that's good. Audio is good. Entire project, good. Source is good. Proxy is good. Okay, start. There we go. All right, cool. I've got it going now. Oh. It's working. It's working. Okay. Why did I get a YouTube notification for watching myself? That's weird. I don't know why that would be the case. But we sit here and we look at things. But anyways, how are you guys doing tonight? There we go. How are things? What's up, everyone? We're doing some editing tonight because that's all I do on stream. I just edit. But we've got a big tutorial in this one. Hey, Plugly, how's it going? How's everything out with life? Do you have any courses on DaVinci Resolve or just the ones on YouTube? Sorry if it's a dumb question, but I'm new to your channel. Oh, well, thank you for being new and welcome in. Hopefully you're doing great. Funny you should say that. As of what's live right this second, no, I don't have any courses. There is, I don't know how much I can speak to it right now because there's nothing been publicly posted about it. But there is a course coming out that I made that's coming out sometime soon. I just have to make like a couple last minute adjustments to it. So it's mostly done, but it's not quite ready yet. My guess is that it will come out sometime next month, I think. But you'll hear more about that pretty soon. Maybe not from me.
Hey! Where?
Okay, calm down, Restreambot.
Hey! Where?
Hey, Quizman, how's it going? Everything on his life? Be on the lookout? Yep, for sure. And I'll probably, like, when it goes live, I'll probably post about it. But yeah, I'm getting log ready. Oh, you're learning how to use the C100? Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, the good old C100. Now, how do I get rid of these icons? I mean, I guess that's actually kind of nice to have. But how are you, Quiznan? But yeah, I guess I could probably start to spread. I don't know why I wouldn't. I didn't sign an NDA or anything, so I don't think I did. I don't remember if I did. The course is going to be basically on how to create your own custom tools in Resolve, mostly pretty much using Fusion. So it's going to talk a lot about that side of things. I'm getting a tree log. Oh, I think I'm working with C-Log. Okay, that makes sense. Fusion was a little scary to me at first, but now I'm getting a hang of it. Yeah, absolutely. It's the thing with Fusion is that the more you learn it, the more fun it gets. That's the crazy part, and that's why I like Fusion so much. Whenever I was using After Effects, that was never the case. I was just like, what, can I just get this done? But Fusion is like, it's a lot easier to build off of because you can feel confident in actually like making your own stuff and making your own tools. It's set up very well to actually like templatize things. So I love using it for that. Oh man, I think I'm starting to get a little stuffy now. I'm glad it's coming now and not while I was recording. It's pretty easy to Final Cut Pro, but it's DaVinci in another freaking world. Yeah. Yeah, man, I haven't been in Final Cut since... I mean, technically I've opened Final Cut X, or at least the current iteration of Final Cut, but I haven't seriously used Final Cut since Final Cut 7. Like way back in the day before Final Cut X first came out. But yeah, DaVinci is wonderful. I'm glad you have DaVinci too. I'm really glad that ProRes is now in the Windows version and Linux. So wonderful. I swapped to Windows, so there's no going back for me. Ah, that's fair. Yeah, there is kind of that limitation, huh? Unless you were on Hackintosh, but I don't even know if people use that anymore these days or how viable it is. But still. Yeah, Resolve has just kind of everything you can imagine. Okay, we're so close. So close to the proxies being generated. Whoops. Oh, I keep selecting. There we go. Let me make sure I'm deselected on that because that's annoying. Okay. When is it compatible with everything? It makes it convenient. Yep, 100%. I love making fake leaves, fog, snow, etc. infusion, and chrome things made a rotating chrome logo after your... Oh, yeah. I'm glad that that one stream inspired so many cool things. It's amazing. All right. Okay, I think we're done. Let's go ahead and make sure proxies are enabled now. Okay, so these two will be first. Create timeline. I don't really care about organization so much with this project, even though I should. Okay, is it okay if we talk? Oh yeah, no, you're tiny. You're totally fine. I was actually waiting for the proxies to be done generating, so I couldn't do anything anyways. But no, you can, like, even if I'm working, you can totally talk to me and do stuff.
How the rules work.
Okay, why is this? Oh, I'm stupid. I generated all the proxies, but I didn't link them because I didn't use the right thing. Okay. I was like, this isn't moving smoothly at all. There's a reason for that. Okay, go to here and then link all the proxies. I use both Windows and Mac. I prefer the color rendering on Mac. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of true. And like the thing with Mac is like the Mac has huge advantages and, well, shouldn't say huge. Mac has advantages and Mac has cons. The advantage is that their displays are amazing out of the box. The con is the color sync issue. So, which it's been talked about to death at this point.
Does the color page in DaVinci Resolve feel overwhelming? You don't know how the tools work, you don't know what nodes do, and you keep hearing this term called color management being thrown around? Let's fix that.
All right, this whole segment right here, this little thing, you don't want to know how long this took me to do because I don't have a teleprompter. Oh my goodness, this like nearly took my voice out. Here's the whole thing. Right here. I'll turn it up a bit so you can hear it.
Hello everyone, Tim here, and today we're going to talk about the fundamentals of the color correction and color grading process in DaVinci Resolve. Now one might ask, why do we need all this color stuff? And there are many possible answers to that. For example, does your image need any sort of correction, like does your white balance and/or exposure need fixing? Do you have multiple cameras that need to be shot matched? Did you shoot in log? Do you have selective adjustments that need to be made? Or is it simply that you just want to create a certain look and feel, or you want to emulate a certain look? With anything regarding the color process, there's not a one-size-fits-all, but what we're going to try to do in this tutorial is give you enough of a necessary foundation so that when you go into any sort of problem or grade, you can feel confident that you can make an amazing image, or at least make it look as good as possible. I've attached a project with this tutorial, so if you'd like to follow along, check the link in the description for the project file. With that, let's jump right in.
I had to do that all in one take. You don't want to know how many takes that took. That was insane. With no teleprompter. That was annoying. How did you guys know good? Was it just pure practice? Because I feel like my creativity and nothing, not how to use any DaVinci. Yeah, I mean, okay, so that's. I feel like I'm kind of lucky. Maybe, well, not lucky. I shouldn't say lucky. My whole thing is that I started editing like way back in 2007. And I was like with the iMovie. So I was in iMovie for several years until my parents ended up getting me a big boy software, which was Final Cut Express, which is funny to think about right now. Like, because DaVinci Resolve wasn't a big thing back then. Well, it was, but you know, it was like $100,000. What is happening in my internet right now? Come back, internet. Okay, I dropped a bunch of frames for some reason. Uh-oh. Is my internet failing? Okay. Looked like I was dropping frames for a minute. And it seems to be better now, so... Alright, I don't know what happened there. But anyways, so I was in Final Cut and then eventually moved to Final Cut 5 and 7 after that. I tried Avid for a year. That was a trip. And then I was in Premiere for about 8 years. And that was 8 years too many. And then I moved over to Resolve full time, but in the middle of me using Premiere, that's when I started using Resolve for color grading. So I've been using Resolve for color grading since like 2016. Not like super consistently. But anytime I wanted to do anything serious, I used it. I just didn't fully understand how to use it. So it was just a period of like using it a lot and doing a lot of trial and error, and then learning how specialized tools work, like understanding a little bit more about color science, talking like using stuff with my friend who is like a certified genius basically. And just bouncing ideas and new techniques off of him. So I got lucky like having him as a really good friend, and he still is one of my best friends, of course. And then and I don't know, I think just being able to be in the community of Resolve people, once I fully transitioned over to Resolve and started using like Fusion and started like really going ham on the color page, I was able to just like kind of figure out some stuff, but also like once I got the basics down of everything, it all kind of just fell into place, and I was able to learn enough on my own to where like once I got the basics down, learning from other people, I was like, oh, okay, this is actually how it works in a functional standpoint. So I was able to like experiment more. And then if there was something I didn't understand, I usually knew somebody that was able to help me figure out something I didn't know. So I never touch a color page unless my clips look too well. Hopefully this video is for you. All right, this is the moment of truth. How long is it? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! I had a feeling. Oh no! Oh no! You know what the sad part about this is like, because of how I recorded this, I'm probably only going to be able to cut out like maybe 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, this is so much longer than I was hoping it would be. Oh no. Okay. Oh, great. Oh, great. So here's the thing. My challenge is Fairlight, the only page that gives me anxiety. Yeah, the Fairlight does have its challenges. I've gotten enough accustomed to Fairlight that I feel comfortable pretty much doing almost just about all of my audio work in there. But it's definitely designed for like audio engineer type of work, the people that like use the boards, and there aren't like enough clip specific features that I can modify with and like do specific frequency adjustments with. So that's like the biggest feature I think is missing from it. But so, all right, all right, so I know this one was when I downloaded the free version just to do a test, but so I know this goes over here somewhere. This is gonna be so long. Oh man, trailer really necessary. Losing voice suppression for relating it. I personally really like it. The biggest thing that Fairlight will help people with, just from a basic standpoint, is actually music editing. Like if you're trying to edit to the beat, and I have a video about this, but there's a certain feature where you can actually edit to tempo and set the tempo inside of the Fairlight page. You can actually like snap to the grid. So if you have a song that you can set the beat to a song too, like if you drag in and out points as an example, you can set the tempo BPM based on that range, and then just for extra precision, you can like say, oh, okay, I should round this up to 77 because songs aren't going to be like 77 or 76.8 or whatever. So you can edit to beats, and yeah. So yeah, I have a video on that explains all of that in detail if you want to watch it. Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, is that when I was given the C100, give me 2 external microphones. Big hint to yeah. Because the more audio, the better. Okay, this was the last clip here. Yeah, so many people don't realize that BPM thing exists, which kind of blows my mind because it's huge. And that's how I do all my music. Even when I had access to Adobe Audition, and was using all the audio tools in there, I still preferred to use the BPM editing music, because even the remix tool, when I had access to the remix tool, that's what I was trying to say, I still preferred editing to the beat because the remix tool never did it exactly how I wanted to, and sometimes would introduce phasing issues when doing transitions. I don't know why that was. That was weird, but so the cuts feel very natural. Yep. Yeah, it's super nice to have, for sure.
If you've downloaded the
This is just gonna this whole stream is gonna be me cutting through this whole thing. I don't even know if I can make it through this whole thing tonight.
Project Archive, then navigate Project Archive, then navigate to your DRA folder, but just click on the folder, don't and open it. Now if you open
the question is there a tool that I can use to cut all the silences out? I'm actually going to try that. Hold on. Let me see if... going to the timeline and then transcribing and cutting silences actually works. It probably won't, but... let's find out. I'm curious, because if I can save hours, that'd be great. You ever use a cut page? Yes. I haven't found that very useful. I'm not sure if the tracks BPM are set correct or what's going on. We'll check your video again. Yeah, it definitely helps. you have the BPM set correctly. I think the biggest thing I use the cut page for is the source tape option.
Where?
Hey, Sleeveless, how's it going? How's everything? How was life? Hey, I was just doing some bad color grading. Yeah, I saw that in Wampus's stream. I'm just kidding, kind of. But yeah, once this transcribe audio thing's done, I'll show you what I mean on the cut page. It's super useful. Honestly, I should probably be using my speed editor right now. I think that's actually gonna speed. It will actually speed me up. Whoops! I have so many cans here. I need to get rid of them. Guys, I'm a mess. He's like the animated shark. The animated shark. I love that. Yeah, Slaveless is one of his mods. One of the animated sharks. he's one of the many animated sharks. He's the right shark, unfortunately. Oh, that's funny. So it's incredibly slow because it's not supposed to work. But apparently the speed editor actually bypasses the pop-up window that's here. So I can actually still skim and cut and do stuff with the speed editor while the audio is transcribing. Not recommended, but you can do it. Oh, was it Shark Dude had a ton of macros? Ah, okay. Oh, goodness. Oh, I need to go play disc golf. I need to go play like right now. I have so much to do. Yeah, he has a shark profile picture or something. Didn't know he streamed. Yeah, he does. He was actually streaming a few hours ago. I think he just streams on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he does any live stuff on YouTube. Also, while I'm waiting for this, I might as well just, you know, shameless plug. So you'll probably notice that there's a little thing at the bottom right of the stream window, the arrow creator code. They actually just came out, and Harris Heller announced this I think a couple weeks ago. But it's a couple of guys they're two brothers actually that pretty sure he knows personally. But they started an energy powder supplement, and they have like background in what is it? They have backgrounds in like exercise training, like nutrition, and some other thing I can't remember. But basically, two brothers started this company, and I actually tried the energy supplements. I don't think I have anymore. I think I tried both of the flavors that they have up, and they're both really good. But yeah, the interesting thing that they're doing though, the reason why I wanted to point it out is they actually have this streaming feature that hasn't existed before, and you know, because like a lot of creators out there do affiliate codes, right? So you know, if you buy the thing with my affiliate code, you get a small discount, and it supports the creator and stuff, blah blah blah. But the big thing that's been lacking with that is there's no way to figure out like one who used the affiliate code unless they told you, And 2, there was no way for it to like ever appear on stream, so it was never like an alert like this person used your affiliate code. So this, to my knowledge, this Arrow company is the first company to actually have something where if somebody purchases with your creator code, it'll actually flash an alert on your stream and show who purchased it, which is actually kind of dope. So I've never seen it happen before, but I was like, oh, that's actually kind of a cool feature, because it gives streamers a better way to monetize, which is kind of cool. So yeah, that's a thing. All right, now the transcription is done. That was perfect. I ended it right on that. I didn't even have any talking points. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can delete all of the silences. And we'll see what happens. Oh my goodness, did it work? No way it just worked. Holy, wait. I mean, maybe it didn't fully work, but I think that just saved me a ton of time. Wait a minute. So if I look at this.
Tools. Now before we even...
So if I undo this. And there's it does so many edits at once.
Click and open it. Now if you open...
It messed up video. Hope works better for you. Yeah. What? Shoot. Which one?
So the layout might look slight.
Oh, wait. I need to figure out. Hold on. Yeah, remove the parts with no audio. So hold on. I'm going to find a specific clip that has like a couple silences. So like this one is an example. So I'll just make this clip color. I'm going to have to redo the cut here. Let's make this clip color orange though so I can see it. So we can see this snapshot here. So let's look and see if we delete all the silences here.
So the layout might look slightly different, but all the tools will be in the same spot. The layout will look something like this, but all the layout will...
Okay, so it didn't do a perfect job. Wait, so if I might need to do this on the cut page actually, but wait, no, I just need to link it. Hold on. Yeah, here we go.
Spots. The layout will look the same spot. So the layout will spots. So the layout will...
Oh no, I'm just bad at talking.
So the layout will look something like this, but all the tools will still be... So the layout might look... So the layout...
Oh, that's why it did that, because I suck at talking.
So the layout might look...
Okay, so I can do something like this. All right. And then that will be completely irrelevant.
Tools will be in the same spot. So the layout might look different, but all the tools will be in the same spot. So the layout might look something like this. We also have all the same tools. If you're on your so the layout might look slightly different.
Okay, so I'll see how that works, and then I can just refine it as I go along. So let's just go to the cut page and try it. Yeah, it's supposed to. It's not perfect. I'm hoping with new iterations of Resolve, it'll get better. That's kind of the idea. Wait, what's this?
And this means that any node, and that means that any clip that has this group.
This might have actually worked, guys.
And this.
So what I can do is I can actually just have that transcription window open. So we have this open and I can see, like, it'll follow where I'm at any given point. Look how many words I said.
This is all of me. I'm not going to do. Keep hearing the term color in front around. Let's set. Hello, Tim here, and we're going to talk about the fundamental of the correction and color grading process. Oh man, why do we need color? There may be that. Just need to be made. Be shot matched. Did you shoot in law? We have.
Okay, the intro it's not supposed to cut. So let me just fix that one real quick. And then just ripple that part. No, don't do that. Oh, goodness gracious, don't do that.
Let's fix that. Hello, everyone. Tim here, and today we're going.
Can't you delete space from text too, or just words? Delete space from the text. What do you mean space from the text? Are you talking about something like this where there's a pause? It detected this as a pause because I took too long to speak again. But this it would remove, which it did actually. When it wasn't supposed to. This is supposed to be all one take, but
right in. If you've downloaded the DRA.
okay, so let's go to the cut page and play this through.
File along to resolve. Once you have your manager here, right click on it and then select Restore Project Archive. Then navigate to your archive. Then navigate to your folder, but just on the folder, don't open it because it's actually folder. Now if you open it. Now if you find and open it. Now if you
I thought you could edit the video with the transcript. You can, yes. I just won't. Because it's not like I'm cutting entire stuff out. Like I'm keeping the entirety of the video. I'm just, you know, trying to cut out the mistakes that I made and then the ends.
open the project show up, then just navigate to where your file is. Now DaVinci
Wait a minute.
where your files are, where the file is. That should happen. Now DaVinci should auto link show up, then you can go and click on it and then hit locate and then just navigate to where your files are, where the DRA file is. That shouldn't happen. Now DaVinci Resolve should auto link the files from the DRA file, but in case it doesn't,
I guess I didn't delete that clip.
Now if you open the project and you see this red link show up, then go ahead and click on it and hit locate and just navigate to where your file are, where your file is. That shouldn't happen. DaVinci should auto link the files from the DRA file, but in case it doesn't, you see the red link removable, go ahead and select the relink button.
Okay, yeah, so I just didn't delete this. Okay.
Click and open it. Now DaVinci Resolve should auto link the files from the DRA file, but in case it doesn't, you see this red link removable, just go ahead and select the relink button and then hit load, and then just navigate to your DRA file next to the folder and should find all your files inside of it. Now if you find the files inside of it. If you're on the side of it. Now, if you're on the free version and for some reason the clips don't show up or there's a couple of them that don't work, it's mostly because you don't have the AD codec installed in your operating system. For Mac, it wouldn't be an issue, but in Windows, you might need to install HEVC encoder. If you don't want to do that, you can also navigate over here to your proxies tab and just select prefer proxies. I've generated proxies that also have come with this DRI file, and they will work perfectly fine for this tutorial, and they should work on all operating systems regardless of what version you're using. Regardless of what version you're using. Regardless of what version you're using. Once you've checked to ensure that you what version you're using. Once you've checked.
Yeah, just cut the parts with no audio in the transcription. Yes. So that part you can do automatically. That's what this delete silence part is meant for right here. So that's supposed to cut out all of the dead space. Which it seems like it did. It might have actually saved me a bit of time. I'm still going to have to go through the whole thing, but I might not have to do as much work.
Let's go and open this clip timeline. It's not complete. And then we'll go ahead and navigate to the color picture. We're on clip number here to show Open's unusual face staring deep into your soul.
Hey!
Oh, and I forgot.
Where?
Hey, SBC, how's it going? How's everything? How is life? Welcome in.
Now here's the default layout, but we're going to close.
Right, because I needed to. Okay, I need to do something. I almost forgot I needed to do this.
We're on clip number 4 here.
Whoops. Okay.
Now here's the default. clip number 4 here to show Kevin's unusual face staring deeply into your soul. Now here's the here to show Kevin's unusual face staring deeply into your soul. Now here's the default layout. Now the layout we're going to close. So we can talk about layout 3.
Okay, so
Kevin.
okay, so I just need to make sure that this starts on whatever that first frame is here. Yep, right there.
Number 4 here to show Kevin's unusual face staring deeply into your soul. Now here's the default layout, but we're
Okay, perfect. So that'll work. Okay, now I can keep going. So I just entered to win a 9070 XT signed by the president and CEO of AMD. Well, hopefully you win it. What are the odds? We all need to know the odds. Been trying to put my nose to the grindstone and it's hard to get a complex skills level so I can go through some of my quests. Yeah, she's been here while I was busy. Never tell me. Never tell me the odds. Okay. Alright, cut page. Now that I fixed that little thing.
We're going to close the galleries and we're going to close the galleries and the night.
Oh, that probably wasn't supposed to be that good. It's a Fuji.
Clips.
Okay, yeah, so that probably shouldn't have had a cut. That's okay.
Time clips.
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 Yep, there it is. Delete the edit. So hopefully that doesn't happen too much here. What's your most used keyboard shortcuts? The Ripple start to edit shortcut. Or Ripple end to, hold on. I always forget which one's which. Okay, yeah, it's Ripple start to playhead. That's my most used one for sure. Well, it would be the split clip shortcut, technically.
Now here's the...
But start to playhead is my favorite one. Which Fuji do I use? The XT3. I have 2 of them. So this one's my other one right here. So yeah, this is the camera I use. So it's also my stream cam. The only difference is this one's a silver one, the stream cam's the black one, but they're the exact same camera. But yeah, they're beasts.
Now here's the default layout, but we're...
All right, back to the cut page. I think you've told me that. I'm pretty sure you've told me that. What a unique design I use the Canon design. Yeah, Fuji is very much known for their retro design and look. I love it. Mine's Control Z. That's true. I forgot about that. I mean, actually, in reality, I probably do use the Ripple shortcuts more than undo. But just to show what the Ripple start and edit to edit and Ripple end to playhead edit, that whatever it is, what it does is so let's say I have to cut this ending part, but I don't want to grab the razor tool, make the cut, and here, and then drag this stuff and select everything ahead of it and drag it, and like that's just super stupid tedious and never what I want to ever do. So I can just put the playhead where I want to make the cut and press Shift Q, and that's the end to playhead shortcut, and it just does the ripple that I need, and I'm good to go. I have that, an Icon now Z100, silver XT3, black XT5. I still haven't used the XT5 yet. My life was a bit unbearable without the shortcut. Use it every day. Oh, 100%. It's the best. I went to update house rules since half of them are now official rules with 24 different. This is part of a danger. Version I've yet to play test, so I fix everything. I see the open comments. Very nice. Don't we all overcompensate? Okay, I didn't. Yes, so.
Now here's the default layout. We're going to close the gallery, clips, and timeline windows just to get out of the and we're going to drag our preview into a little bit to get the graph in for our effects window. Now, our effects window. And for our node graph, and for our effects window. Now I do want to point out if you're never our effects window. Now I do want to our effects window. Now I do want to point out if your interface doesn't look exactly like mine, I'm using a 4K monitor. If you're using 1080p monitor, you might see something that looks more like this. So the layout might look like this. So the layout might look slightly different, but all the tools will look more like this. Something that looks more like this. So the layout more like this. So the layout might look slightly different, but all the tools will be in the same spots. So the layout might look something like this, but you'll still have access. It's more like this. So the layout might.
Wait a minute. Did I?
This. So the layout might look slightly different, but all the tools will be in the same spots. So the layout might look something like this, but you'll still have access.
Oh, I see what I did. Okay.
You might see something. If you're using a 1080p monitor, you might see something that looks more like this. So the layout might look something like this, but you'll still have access to all of this. If you're using a 1080p monitor, you might see something that you might see something 1080p monitor. You might see some 1080p monitor.
Okay.
So the layout might look.
This one I messed up a little bit.
The layout might look some. The layout might. The layout might. The layout might look some.
Okay. So delete that, and then I can just drag this over here.
Monitor. The layout might look something like this, but you'll still have access to all of the same tools. If you're on a monitor that's smaller than 1080p, sometimes they can be in a slightly different. You will have access to all the same tools. Now, before we even start. Now, before we even.
Okay, that'll work.
Now, before we even start.
The transcription looks handy. Yeah, it is. I could say so. Because then I can like double check and ensure I'm not missing anything. Especially if something is like duplicated. Which it was.
Tools. Now before we even start playing with adjustments, we need to understand the keyboard located here near the resolve window. These tools are meant to help us that. These tools are meant to help us right of your resolve window. These tools are meant to help us do that.
Man, I did mess up quite a bit in this early stage.
These tools are meant to help us see exactly what our image is displaying in a more resolve window. These tools are meant to help us see.
Let's see, can I do... I'm gonna have to go back and do a video on a selection. Ay.
These tools are meant to help us see exactly what our image is displaying in a more scientific way. Definitely make that word. Displaying in a more scientificalistic way.
It even tried to transcribe that word. It actually transcribed me saying scientificalistic. That's incredible. You know, say what you want about the timing of the transcription sometimes. It does a really good job of getting the words. It's so funny. Outside of my intros it usually struggles with, but that's not surprising. I don't think any transcription service would get my intros right.
Way. I definitely didn't make that word up. I definitely didn't make that word up. There are 5 different. Didn't make.
When I was I drunk?
Didn't make that word up.
you should transcribe your VODs.
Make that word up. There are 5 different scopes built into Resolve right here. But the 2 that we're going to focus on here are the waveform scope, because those are most likely ones you're going to use most often. Not often. Click this expansion tab right here. Most often. I'll click this.
Look at me manage streaming while tiredly. That's good. You're safe for now.
You're going to use most often. I'll click this expansion tab right here. This is just for visualization. Now your wave. For visual representation. Now your wave. Representation. Now you.
All right, come on, a little more.
Visual representation. Now your waveform. Now your waveform will display. Waveform will display the exposure. Waveform will display the exposure image from left to right.
I tried.
Now the visual representation. Now the waveform will display the exposure image from left to right, measuring what black from top to bottom. And we can see red, green, and blue is used at any given point.
Hey! Where?
Hey, Voconatham, how's it going on everything on his life? Yes, it's a Tim stream. Believe it or not, it's a Tim stream. They exist. Somehow. And for those of you just coming in, you'll notice that there's the Arrow creator code thing. I mentioned this earlier, but just to summarize, I actually have them listed on here, wow. I have them on here because they're actually doing something kind of cool in the streaming space. It's the first time any company, at least that I'm aware of, actually has a custom alert API call thing for affiliate codes. So as an example, if somebody were to use that affiliate code, or anybody else that's affiliated with Arrow uses a creator code at checkout, there will actually be an alert displayed on stream, not only to show that somebody used it, but also who it was. So it's like the first time, to my knowledge, that somebody's been able to create an alert from an affiliate purchase, which is actually kind of cool and really good for the streamer ecosystem, because it's been lacking on stuff. So yeah, that's the short version of that whole thing right there, but I just wanted to point it out in case you guys saw it and were like, what's that? But yeah, I've personally tried both flavors, and they're both exceptional. They're really, really good. And they work really well too. And this is wait a minute.
Hey!
Oh my goodness, I have some more left.
Where?
Oh my goodness. Hey, Wombus, how's it going? Everything in his life? Okay, thank you. All right. I didn't realize I still had some of this left. That's exciting. But yeah, this is coming from a guy who drinks this stuff. So yeah, energy. But yeah, if you look, where's my finger go? Yeah, if you look down here, this thing right here, I recently, and by recently I mean like within the past week, just got affiliated with this company called Arrow. I just did this whole thing, this whole stuff. I drink a lot of goats, but C4 I put it for a non-carbonate. That's fair. This guy can't look at this sucker. This was yeah, that's that guy. But well, it was just for your. I'll do it really quick just so I can get it out. But this company, they're called Arrow. They're actually doing something kind of cool in the streaming space where they're You can't escape me. They're actually doing something really cool in the streaming space where it's the first company, at least that I'm aware of, that actually has customized alerts for affiliate codes. So like, let's say somebody uses your affiliate code for a purchase, it'll actually show up on stream as a customized alert, and it'll show who actually made the purchase, so you can like, oh, that's cool, thank you so much for using my affiliate code and stuff, because before there was like never any way to do that. So this is like the first company I know of that's actually able to use an affiliate code as like a customized alert. So it's actually kind of cool and really good for the streaming space, because like, you know, creators like us that kind of need affiliate codes to like stay alive. It's actually kind of cool, because then it gives like a way to, yeah, okay, yeah, you did see it, yeah. Harris made an announcement about it, but yeah, it's kind of cool. I've had a couple brief conversations with one of the brothers that runs the company. It's just two brothers that run the whole company. But yeah, they seem like really legit and cool guys that just want to create like something really cool for the streaming space. So I'm glad they're doing it. But yeah, anyways, just wanted to point that out. Anyways, yeah, it does. And I've tried both flavors that they have. They only have 2 flavors out right now because again, they're a very new company. But both of the blue raspberry and the peach mango, I've tried both of them, and they're actually really solid, and they do work. I am probably not really gonna drink this stuff again, and I'm probably just gonna get all of that stuff. Oh, I need to make a. It's actually just ERO. It's in the description, but I do need to make a custom command for that. That's actually a good idea. Let me do that real quick. Let's do it live. Okay, but let's make a new command. We're gonna do edit triggers. Let's go ahead and add Twitch chat message. Here we go. What do we do? An arrow. Go ahead and save. Edit commands. And we'll just copy one of these and then do arrow. Okay. And then let me pull up Google Chrome if it wants to like actually open up and do a thing. Do that, save, okay, save. Okay, it should work now. Hey, Tim. All right, go ahead and do an exclamation point arrow now. See if that works. There we go. It works. We're hacking into the mainframe, dude. Anybody that does any sort of software development hates that saying so much. It's so funny. Do you have that chalky powdery texture? Not at all, actually. I didn't notice that whatsoever when I had it. No, it's not like G Fuel. I probably shouldn't shout out the companies that we're talking about. Yeah, it's nothing. I did not taste any chalkiness whatsoever in either flavor. Shoot, I forget. Do I have a filter that's like bogging this down outside of my custom shaders? Dude, I can't wait for shader filter 2.4.2 because then I can actually release a video on the density shader. I wonder, does it work on YouTube? You kind of... Why, thank you. Hey, Christian, you're the only person on YouTube. At least I think you are. Can you type in exclamation point arrow? Oh, wait, no, Sleeveless is there too. Duh. I'm stupid. I remember a company called Nova Energy from some streamers I knew that ran good for a while with a lot of flavors trying to shut down that side business to focus on esports teams. Oh, interesting. Nova Energy. I've never heard of them. Yeah, I had an affiliateship with Maw Energy for a while.
Where?
But I don't, apparently they're still doing stuff. I don't know. I haven't heard much from them at all. Hey, the Bar Podcast. How's it going? Around the Bar Podcast. Goodness gracious. How's it going? How's everything? How is life? Okay, that does not work. Shoot, you guys can't do it? Oh, wait. I'm stupid. Hold on. I am dumb. Triggers. Oh, I gotta do this for each one. Ah! Okay, hold on. I'll do it! I'll do it! Okay, now I gotta do it for each one of these stupid things. Okay. Hey, we're fixing this live. Because that's the only time I have to ever do this stuff. Okay. We'll copy that one. Okay, so... Well, that doesn't matter because that's a thing. Okay, and then lurk. YouTube chat message, lurk. Save, and then go into this thing. Trigger pull data. Is that only with Twitch? It might not be. Let's see if that works. Okay. What did I do? Being awesome. Absolutely. Yeah, I looked around. There was no real trace. The original website's not used anymore. No one picked up the domain, it seems. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay. Someone from YouTube now type in ! Arrow. I want to see if it works. Oh, interesting. Okay. And you guys see the link, right? On YouTube? If that posts? The funny thing is like on YouTube, okay. It's kind of weird how it works. I might refine it to post directly to YouTube, but maybe I won't. So basically the way it counts, yes. So do you guys see that message on YouTube coming through? The funny thing is like Sammy registers that the chat message was sent before the chat message actually appears. So it receives the fact that the message was sent, but then it can't display until like it actually goes through the whole thing and then actually shows up. That's weird. That's really funny though. The YouTube people probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But it does show up. Okay. I mean, maybe I don't need to fix it. But now the other commands should work as well. So like there's lurk, the exclamation point lurk, there's exclamation point camera, exclamation point cutscene. I didn't add the YouTube ones because you're already on YouTube, so didn't make sense to add those. Which chat is better? I mean, Twitch chat's much more built out than YouTube chat. So yeah, there's that. The link does work. Okay, cool. Alrighty then. I'll take it. Twitch chat is banging like a biscuit. I don't. Okay. And it works like when you click on it. Okay, great. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want then. So I don't need to fix it. I don't need to make it specifically a YouTube chat thing. YouTube chat just gets it like milliseconds later than they would if I fixed it. That's fine. The thing is like if I had it post a YouTube chat, it would also like restream bot it back to Twitch, so it's just like, whatever. Just keep it the way it is. It's fine.
Point. Now the point. Now the
Oh, so Wampus, this whole thing is the tutorial I was talking about. I needed to finish recording. You want to see how long this thing is? Right now, we're at about an hour and a half. I was aiming for a half hour. I failed. I failed miserably. I drink 4 monsters a day. I have a problem. If you're buying that much, where is it? There. Save money. There you go. Yes. Yeah, this the same thing going over a year from now. I'll get it. I'll hold me to it. There you go. All I have to say for now is I'm planning to change drinking because money and not health. I get the fucking same amount of coffee I have. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Totally fair. I'm not expecting anything from anybody, just to be clear. Typically, or 3 to 5 cups of coffee. Goodness gracious. I mean, yeah. To be fair, I got some pretty decent coffee as well. This one's the James coffee, dude. This stuff is really good. I also get Death Wish coffee a lot. It's so good. And then I drink bourbon just to level it out. I may need a refill. Oh, wait a minute. Where was I?
Point. Now,
oh, I was a little bit before this. Yeah, it's right around here. Perfect. As in Death Wish, I also have a lot of Folgers. I cannot do Folgers. Folgers is not good. Well, Black Silk, I haven't tried the Black Silk. I tried I guess the standard ones that everybody's just like, this is terrible. Or it's like the kind you drink at events where there's literally nothing else.
Didn't make that word up. There are 5 different scopes built into Resolve. Right here, the 2 that we're going to focus on primarily are the waveform scopes. Those are the ones we're used most often. I'll put this expansion tab right here and single out these scopes that they can be seen, but it is just for visual representation. Now the wave
now the thing is, on some of these cuts that I did,
now the waveform. Now the waveform.
Buffalo Trace? No, it's not Buffalo Trace. I do like Buffalo Trace. I don't have any though. No, unfortunately. So my father-in-law really loves Southern Comfort, so I got some of that for him. I got the 100 proof one because I'm not doing anything lower than that for Southern Comfort. It is kind of sweet. But my go-tos are usually like Old Grandad 114, at least for cheap bourbons. For my go-tos are like Old Grandad 114, Old Forester 100 proof. See, what are some other ones I usually go to a lot? Oh yeah, Wild Turkey 101. That one's really good. 3 to 5 cups. Yes. You'll save money. I can drink Folgers Classic Rose. It is made extra strong. Black Silk, though, is fairly strong, rich, and smooth. Okay, fair enough. I guess a company that big has to have something good. Gross. Yeah, it's not great. I would not buy it at all. But I will say my favorite one, and it's pretty hard to find. I haven't like actually found it myself. And the only reason I know about it is because somebody who's like a bourbon connoisseur like has it and wanted me to try it. It's called Stag Junior. It is distilled by Buffalo Trace, I think. But oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever had a better drink in my entire life. It's so flavorful and so strong. It's 135 proof. Oh my goodness, it's so good. It's my favorite thing in the world. It's so good. I still to this day have not had anything that matches it. I've had some things that are close, but nothing that's matched it. But I'll drink Weller quite a bit. Weller is really good. The Blade and Bow is pretty good. Four Roses is pretty solid. What was the one that had it was like from Cincinnati? It was what's it called? I can't remember what it is. The one that was like the best in the world, Stag Junior. Stagg Junior. It's so unbelievably good. That one's by far, it's my favorite bourbon I've ever had. No question. It's my favorite drink I've ever had, period. So you're a millionaire? No, I don't own it. Somebody had it and wanted me to try it because he knew I liked bourbon a lot. So there was this one guy, okay. I'm gonna go on so many side rants tonight. So my stepson's grandparents live, their neighbor, figure that one out. Their neighbor, the guy is like he absolutely loves bourbon. He's a bourbon connoisseur. So there was one day, he got so excited that I was up there. He was like, oh, somebody can share my appreciation of bourbon. He brought me like 9 or 10 different bourbons in one night. It was a good night. Oh my word. They were all really good. Like there wasn't a bad one that he had. And most of them I hadn't heard of before. But I will never forget, that was the first time I had Stag Junior, and that was one of the first few that I tried. It wasn't the first one. But I'll never forget, that one was the one that stood out among all of them. By far. And then the last time I had it was actually, I think, was it this past Halloween? Might have been. But he gave me some more because he still had some, and I was like, this is the best drink I've ever had in my entire life. Always been a Jim Beam maker. I don't like Jim Beam, but Maker's Mark is fine. Maker's Mark is good. I don't intentionally go out and try and get Maker's Mark, but I would never turn it down if somebody offered it. But Fireball is what you drink if you hate yourself. Alcohol is putting firewood or hunting. Yeah. Not while splitting, but after you split it. I just realized this is like the best. This is like that iconic Stream Beats song, Ambient Gold. This is like the staple lo-fi song for Stream Beats. It's true, yeah. Like you can't think of Stream Beats without thinking of Ambient Gold.
Now the parade's going to any given point. Now the parade.
Let me think about this for a second. So, if I slide this over, can I? Oh yeah, that's perfect. Great.
Now the parade scope here shows the exact guys.
Yeah, that sounds right. Exactly. Man, I just need this shortcut in the speed editor, and I'll just use the speed editor only. I just need that Ripple start to edit and end to edit end to edit. Wow. End to start to playhead and end to playhead shortcut in the speed editor. And I will only use the speed editor like all the time. My man has an amazing jawline. Oh, Harris? It's like, what are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Kevin. Yeah, that's Kevin. Yeah, Kevin does have a pretty solid jawline. I've actually never thought about that. Big Kev dog, yes. the Kev man himself.
For now. So if I play this back and see it. So if I play with the waveform for now. So if I play this back a
Okay, let's see if I can slide this image.
So if I play this,
Okay. Okay, this is gonna be kind of a weird edit. I don't need to do this, especially on a piece that's gonna take me forever to edit. What color are you color grading? Well, so this will be part of, like, this will be a big part of the example because, so a majority of the tutorial will focus on a clip that's not a log or raw clip or something, just so we can understand how all of the tools work that I'm explaining. And then near the end, excuse me. And then near the end, I start going into like color management stuff, how to work with log footage, how like the different color spaces work, like the difference between camera space, working space, delivery space, and linear, and how all of those can coincide with each other works. And that's when I start using log footage and showing all the specialized tools, but I lay the groundwork for how these are functioning from a mathematical perspective. So that you can kind of just get the gist of like the basic tools, and then you can use those basic tools in more advanced ways when we start getting to the log footage. So, oh, Wampus, speaking of the whole math thing, okay, here's what I was talking about earlier. I'm going to explain this now, because I'm going to, and it's my stream, so suck it. So let's go ahead and just bring in a grayscale ramp here, and new compound clip it. Okay, so, nope, impossible. Okay. Yeah, okay. I've run a dual screen, so it's different. Okay, so I need to go ahead and pull this up. Okay. And Wampus, you're familiar with how waveforms work, right? I don't need to explain this. I just want to be clear before I start like actually explaining how it works, and like I don't know what this means. Whoop, 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 whoop. I may be from okay, yeah. I kind of figured you would. Okay, so let's just hypothetically let's just hypothetically say that this waveform was actually 0 to 1. So like 0 is black, 1 is white. Just hypothetically speaking, right? And then the middle here is 0.5. So just ignore what these numbers say for now. So 0 is black, 1 is white. That's what we're going with right now. It's just for simplicity's sake to understand what we're going with here. So let's just take 0.5 for example. So when we look at our lift, gamma, gain, and offset, now if we think of gain as just a multiplier, because that's actually what it is, that's why it starts out at 1, because anything multiplied by 1 is the same number. If we multiply 0.5 by 2, then we should get this being equaling 1. So this, if we set gain to 2, that means this 0.5 here will end up in the middle at the top. So if we set gain to 2, that is exactly what happens. So we set gain to 2, and then the middle moves to the top because now it equals 1. Because 0.5 multiplied by 2 equals 1. So now when we look at lift, lift is the inverse of gain. So lift is also a multiplier, but it just works in the inverse direction. So instead of like starting from so instead of like starting from 0 and going up, we're starting from 1 and going down. It's kind of complicated to explain how the inverse part of it works, but basically speaking, it's like when we move lift, it does the same type of operation, just in the opposite direction. That's really what that means. So I can set this to like 0.5 or negative 0.5, and it'll bring that center point down to the bottom. That's really all that matters in that instance. And then gamma is what's known as like an exponential adjustment, and I don't need to show the equation on how it works because it's not important. But essentially what it means is that 0 and 1 will never change, but it touches every single thing in between 0 and 1. So if I move gamma up or down, we can see exactly how gamma works. And you can see that like 0 and 1 are stuck, but everything in between them moves. So that's what gamma does, and that's how gamma works. Offset, this little sucker, just decides, oh, I'll just be an additive adjustment, and I'll just move everything, I'll just add positive and negative numbers together. So it just moves everything up and down individually exactly the same. So it moves 0 and 1, and it just doesn't care. It just says, okay, I will move it up and down based on whatever it says.
Where?
So that's basically what that means. And then... Nope! Oh, shit! Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. I was trying... People are typing too fast! Okay, that actually makes a ton of sense. I'll read the chat message. That actually makes a ton of sense. I can't remember if I mentioned I did a lot of math in school, so these kinds of explanations are still helpful. Okay, got it. Yeah, SBC, you haven't had to do like any mod things for like years. That's so funny. Okay, anyways, yeah, so offset moves everything up and down completely evenly. So that's basically how it works. And then here's the interesting thing about contrast that I didn't figure out until I started doing this example. But like when you add contrast, you get an S-curve, right? So this is physically what contrast is doing to your image. And then of course pivot will just move the center point of where that contrast is being applied, right? Now, here's the interesting thing. When contrast is added, it makes an S-curve, but when it's subtracted, it's linear. Which I was like, oh, it doesn't do a reverse S-curve. It just applies a linear straight line, but as soon as it hits positive contrast, it does an S-curve. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And what's even more interesting is you can actually change this. If you go to your File, Project Settings, and General Options, which is like, why is this even there? And you'll see Use S-curve for contrast. You uncheck this, and now this line just moves in a linear shape at any point, whether you add or subtract it. And of course, pivot will just move the line like this. Isn't that weird? So I do prefer using S-curve for contrast, but... Is it just me or does everyone use the same title almost like a preset? Kind of. There's a reason for that. Listen, it's been a long day. I spent so many hours recording this, so it's... I don't have much room for my hand right now. My hand doesn't want to move. By the way, SBC, thank you so much for adding all these block terms. It's actually super helpful. This is why I have SBC. He just knows things. He does things. I can't believe so I was in the middle of like, so I deleted the message and then I tried to click Ben, and as soon as I pressed, Wampus immediately typed something. I was like, oh no. Oh, goodness. SBC might be the chosen one. He really is. Likely story. Oh my goodness. I'm going to hear about this on your next stream, aren't I? You're going to make a big deal about it. Oh my goodness. Anyways, so With that said, so that's like how all of the operators work, and that applies to the color as well. So like if you shift colors, you can see like, oh, this is how gain shifts colors if I move it around in the color wheel, and then gamma does the same thing if I move them like this, or lift does the same thing as the inverse of gain, and then offset just, you know, makes straight lines everywhere. That's kind of cool. So yeah. This is kind of a cool thing. Let's see, I can't remember if, oh yeah, tint, and this is what tint and temp do. This is also kind of how I figured out tint and temp are also gain adjustments. Believe it or not. There's multipliers as well, which is why they suck. Never use temp and tint. Wow, no, I'm not gonna say that. Temp and tint. Never use temp and tint. Bad adjustments, bad. Saturation, the saturation knob in the primaries wheels, also a gain adjustment. Literally also a multiplier. All four of these adjustments, temp, tint, gain, and saturation, are all multipliers. Isn't that weird? Now, that means gain is a good adjustment. It means temp, tint, and saturation all suck. Color boost is a little bit different. If you're familiar with like the vibrancy tool in other softwares, color boost won't work in this. I forgot. Yeah, color boost doesn't do anything here. Yeah, okay. Color boost like functions as a vibrancy tool. So basically, the intention of color boost is to boost lower saturations before higher saturations. That's what color boost does, but it's also not really good. So what you use, I'm glad you asked. What you use instead, if I go to here, I'll just go to my thing over here. Let me go ahead and move these on the correct layer. Go to the end. Okay, this is good. And let's just disable this so I can group them. Okay. All right, I'm just going to color manage this real quick, just so we can move on with our lives. The Fuji's. DaVinci White Gamut, DaVinci Intermediate, copy. I do have a preset here, but I'm not going to use it quite just yet. I'll just use this thing. Okay. So now that I have this color managed, so whenever you adjust saturation in the primaries wheel or the primaries tab, it does this, and you know, of course, it multiplies, so it makes it look very video-y. It's nasty. It's just the worst thing in the world. So what I like to use, this is also known as additive saturation, meaning it's attempting to separate the red, green, and blue channels more to make it look more vivid, but in turn that like increases the luminance of some of the channels, decreases them in some others. So it's not a good way to mention, or it's not a good way to do saturation. What I like to use is a subtractive saturation model. Now what subtractive saturation does, I'll go ahead and pull up, well, actually let me show, because I forgot I didn't have the waveform pulled up. Because I was looking at the waveform, but I forgot you guys couldn't see it. Hold on. All right, so we have the waveform here. So if I move saturation in an additive sense, look how, especially in like my skin tones, like the red increases and then the green slightly decreases, the blue decreases a lot. That's not a good function for a good saturation model. What we should be using is subtractive saturation, and the way to do that, there's two ways. One, the color slice tool actually operates on a subtractive saturation model, but what I actually like using the best is setting the node color space to HSV. And what that does is it actually changes the red, green, and blue values on our primaries wheels. I'll remove my webcam so you can see it better. So instead of this being red, green, and blue, it's actually hue, saturation, and luminance, or value. So now, and then this doesn't do anything because it removes that functionality altogether because there's no fourth value. It's just hue, saturation, luminance, or hue, saturation, value, I should say. But if I'm gonna, this will be better explained outside of a color space transform because there's different math that's being applied. It's a little hard to explain. So I'll do it over here afterwards. So I'll just set this one to HSV. But you'll notice that if I increase saturation in HSV, watch what happens. See how the values only go down, none of them go up? That's what subtractive saturation means. It's decreasing the luminance of certain channels to increase saturation. That's subtractive saturation in a nutshell. So it's actually very similar. It basically emulates how film gets saturation, because when you're working with film or print or anything, you're starting at fully white, right? And then how do you get colors? You get colors by putting cyan, magenta, yellow into it, and then it subtracts from that white point. That's how subtractive saturation works. So it's basically emulating that model here in HSV by just increasing our gain like so. In the green channel, the saturation channel. And I mentioned in the color slice tool, it operates a very similar way. The model is like slightly different, but it kind of does the same thing. So if I increase saturation, the red increases slightly a bit, but if I adjust my saturation balance, which is basically, again, this gets really, really complicated, but the saturation balance is just the brightness of the medium saturations. So all you have to really know about that is if you set saturation balance to all the way down, then you get a very similar operation with the saturation where it becomes fully subtractive. So I can show you kind of the difference between these two as well. So I'll just make a new node here. And then do this. And I'll set this one to HSV. And I'll kind of do roughly the same amount of saturation, kind of try to match it. But you can kind of see, like, here's how they differ. So like you can see they kind of move slightly differently, and their operators are slightly different. So you can use either one and both of them will work pretty well. But they both operate on the subtractive saturation model. I prefer HSV simply for the fact, and this is the other fun part about it too, simply for the fact that I don't just have one operator of saturation, I have two. Because I can not only move saturation on gain, I can also move saturation on gamma. So let's say I wanted to decrease my saturation and gain, so it basically decreases the highest saturation levels, but then I can increase it on gamma, and that basically increases saturation in the lowest parts. So I can basically fill the saturation a little bit cleaner. So instead of having this contrast here, I can just fill it and make it look more smooth without it looking really blown out. See the difference there? So that's why I really love the subtractive saturation model in HSV, because I can do it on both gamma and gain. HSV, yes, the R slider with hue, green slider with sat, and blue slider with value. Correct. Yes. And then this white slider, the Y value technically is what it is for luminance, does absolutely nothing. Now, does anybody want to take a guess? And I know I've explained this before, but for people that haven't heard me explain it before, does anybody want to guess as to why we can't increase saturation or increase or decrease saturation on offset and lift? Does anybody know why? I mean, we could, it would just break the image, but does anybody know why? Now, I'll give you a hint. Remember when we went back and did the, yeah, for HSV. Yes. And it has to do with what I was explaining, how lift, gamma, gain, and offset worked in a mathematical perspective. By the way, as respected by the spam bot and banning website, I didn't hear the answer. Would you say Sammy is worth getting and learning? Yes, 100%. I love Sammy a lot. StreamerBot's also really good. I think Sammy and StreamerBot are like the top two. Nutty prefers StreamerBot. I think Andy Lippy also prefers StreamerBot. He's been kind of back and forth between Sammy and StreamerBot. I think he might have landed on StreamerBot, but that's just because the whole community around him was like the support group for it. But like other streamers I know, like Fallon, Wolby, those guys are very, very heavy on Sammy as well. I think Wolby's one of the devs as well. He'd be multiplying to a value of 1, right? You're on the right track. I had the Streamlabs chat box because, oh my goodness, Ankbot. I forgot about Ankbot. That's OG. Goodness gracious. I could do everything with a little bit of coding. It was falling out of function and it was looking for a replacement. Sammy's going to be, either Sammy or StreamerBot will both be your best friend. Okay. So here, I'll tell you exactly why. So what is the value that both lift and offset move that gamma and gain do not? What's the one value that does not change in gamma and gain that does change in lift and offset? Exactly. Yes, it is 0. And the reason that's a problem is because what happens when you have a saturation value of 0? There's no saturation. So if you increase 0 from a saturation level of 0, what happens with that? I'll tell you what happens with that. It completely destroys the image. It's like, I don't know what to do with these colors. These don't exist. So, yeah. And then, you know, of course, same with the offset. It completely breaks the colors. Because it's moving 0 and it shouldn't. I know, it's so fun! Color science is fun! See, it's like, there's this very... If I was a color scientist, there would be a very stark difference with how Colin Kelly runs his streams and how I run my streams. Colin is like very stoic and is like very articulate and all of his words are just so refreshing to listen to, and I'm here like, color science is fun! Yeah, it'd be a little bit different. It's just a little bit difference between the two of us. On that note, I need a refill. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'm gonna put my totally professional be right back screen. I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. All right, just applied my post preset to this because this is actually what it should look like. It's a genuinely interesting. It's crazy how many parallels there's an engineer role. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Well, it's like when you start listening to a lot of what actual color scientists do, or people that actually create looks for feature films and stuff, it's like, oh my goodness, they actually have to really think about, the implications of the either the math or the color process, especially if they're using film, they have to like, okay, how much green do we actually want to insert into this? Like, it's just bonkers. Oh, wait a second. I might actually need to use this, right? Because I did actually attempt to record in 10-bit here. I'll keep it. Why not? Oh, wait. No, I can't because it does this to my shirt. So I'll delete that. I don't need it. Oh, wait. I forgot. That's why it was there. Okay. Ant lag. Anything be broke? I mean, most things should. You should make a video on it. Do you want to edit it for me? Again, your settings, your chat follower are not great, but I can see you don't track a lot of hate, so your complete lack of verification process seems to not hurt you. Yeah, not really. I really don't care that much. The mono balance DCTL is missing. Well, it's because there was an update to the mono balance DCTL. Also, I love this tool. Just saying. My rate is fairly affordable. 1 burrito an hour. I'll DM you. With meat. There you go. Oh, so since we've been talking about like fun little color spaces and stuff, so you know we have HSV that changes the RGB channel. There's actually 4 color spaces in here that change the RGB to not be RGB. HSV is one of them, of course. HSL is a very obvious another one of them. It's also hue and saturation, but the other parameter is luminance or lightness. So the difference between HSL and HSV is HSL is an additive saturation model, HSV is subtractive saturation model. That's really the biggest difference you need to know between them. The other two are LAB and YUV. So LAB is the fun one though. LAB is very different than what you would expect. So the way that LAB works, and I'm not going to go like fully into this right now because I should probably edit. But what LAB does is it changes our red, green, and blue to this is our luminance value right here. And then, or red is our luminance value. I forgot, you can't see it. Red is our luminance value. Green is our red chrominance. Blue is our blue chrominance. So this one gets kind of fun to play with because let's say you, whoops. Oh, hi. So let's say you disable your luminance channel and only move the chrominance channels. So we can do that by just right clicking on the node and then selecting channels and then disable channel 1. And now if we move gain, it'll only move the red and blue chrominance channels. Now this is a weird occurrence. I actually discovered this by accident. But when we increase and decrease gain, look where the skin tone moves when I do this. It stays in line. It's so weird. I still don't fully know why it does this, because like the math doesn't, or just the visual doesn't look like it fully adds up. But I guess like if we look at where this goes, so it's not like, I thought it was these two lines right here, like this line was red chromats, this one was blue chromats, but no, I don't think it is. It looks like it's more of like this is the red one and this is the blue, because you can see it move in that direction, and then when you see the blue move, it moves in that direction. But even then, it's like, it seems like the average would be like somewhere around here or something. So I don't know. When you move them both at the same time, it moves a skin tone along the skin tone line, and it's so it's so weird. But what's really convenient about this, so bear for me, I'll take your word for it. Basically, so SBC, essentially what I'm doing here is I switched the node to have a different, it's okay. Let me show you the default behavior. So nothing, this is just a plain node, nothing's changed about it, right? So if I increase red, it'll make it more red, right? If I decrease red, it'll make it more cyan, because the opposite of red is cyan. If I increase green, it'll make it more green. If I decrease green, it makes it magenta, because that's the opposite of green. If I increase blue, it makes it more blue. If I decrease blue, it makes it more yellow, right? That's basically how it works. Cool. Read and understanding. Awesome. That's RGB in a nutshell. Okay. So there are four, they're called color spaces. They're basically how Resolve interprets what the red, green, and blue values should be. There are four that actually operate on a place where it doesn't show, it's not about red, green, and blue. It's about three completely different values. LAB is one of them. LAB is of one that's like not really, I mean, it is fully understood by people that do this kind of stuff. But basically when I switch to that, let me enable this. So when I switch to LAB, that means it's changing this red, green, and blue to be L, A, and B. And those basically stand for things, or they mean certain things. The L basically just means luminance. So if I increase and decrease this channel, it's increasing or decreasing the brightness of the image, right? The A and the B are a little bit more confusing. When I say I'm referring to the chrominance, let me show you what I mean by that. I'll show a graph. If I can find a graph. Okay, I thought that was going to be easier to find. Hold on. Okay, this is a little, okay. This might be a little easier to understand. We'll see. Okay, I found a website that kind of displays it a little bit more simply. So this is how a LAB works. So a chroma just refers to color, okay? That's basically all it means. So when we add the A value in LAB, we get red. If we subtract A, we get green. If we add B in the B value, we get yellow. If we subtract it, we get blue. And that basically covers the full like hue spectrum, right? So that's exactly what happens. So if I increase the A value, we get red. If I subtract it, we get green. If I add it in this channel, if I add B in this channel, we get yellow. If I subtract it, we get blue. So all that to say, the reason I bring that up is because when I turn off channel 1, so basically when I say I'm turning off channel 1, that means if I move any of these sliders here at the bottom, then it's not going to factor in the red channel, or in this case, the L channel. So it's only moving green and blue, or in this case, A and B. So if I increase and decrease this, it's like going in between them, but for some reason, and I guess it's because it's like the actual in between of both of them, it's moving it along this skin tone line, which the skin tone indicator is just like a guideline for where skin tones should land. But it's just interesting that if I increase and decrease this, it moves directly along that skin tone line and gives us really interesting results. Okay, so where I was going with that was that I have a LAB node up here that I actually have as the default. And the reason I use that is because I actually use my balance node, so, you know, to adjust white balance and everything, to kind of counteract this. And so whatever I do in LAB, I'll just subtract from LAB to go kind of downward in this direction towards blue, but then I'll reverse it in my balance node. And here's the result it gives. Watch this. It split tones. It's so weird. It's like a cheat code for split toning. You set a node to LAB, subtract the gain, turn off channel 1, and then use linear balance and just move your white balance upwards towards the skin tone. Oh my goodness, is that who I think it is? I think, actually, it might not be. It might not be. By the way, Tyler B stream, how's it going and everything? How's life? Thank you so much for the follow, very much appreciated.
Hey! Where?
Is not who you think it is. Okay, then, well, welcome to the stream. I know it's you, Tyler. I know it's you. And yeah, and stuff. What's up, you son of a gun? Trying to keep it PG. I'll swear at you off stream. So yeah, LAB is really fun because it's like a secret split toning thing. It's kind of cool. So yeah, I just like to have fun with these. Who wants to learn about tetra? Who wants to learn about tetrahedral interpolation? Just kidding, I have a video on that. Go watch that instead. Should be off stream all the time, even when I'm not there. Hi. Oh, what? There. Like that. My mic right? Okay, yeah, it did. Okay, cool. I think it muted my mic. But yeah, in all seriousness, Tyler does create some really good Fusion tutorials, I must say.
Different. Now you're.
Imagine the mic didn't mute. Can you imagine that? I can.
Point on our image. So this tool is on our image. So this tool is very
green screen come up with shadows and actual slapper. Yes, 100%. I'll let him do the green screen stuff because I don't want to do it.
different. Now use is going to be different. Now your vector changes how displays how saturated your color. Vector scope here. Your vector scope here displays how here displays how.
It's past midnight, so I'm gonna get a shower and head to bed. All right, SBC, thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for setting up those little commands. It's gonna be nice to have. We need to get back at it. I've had a Fusion tutorial video in the back for like 7 months, dude. I have so many videos that are on my Notion that I still need to record that have probably been there for more than a year. It's bad. Thank you, SBC. I put it in the bots. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, whatever. I appreciate it. I appreciate your hard work and dedication.
Here displays how saturated your color image. Here we can change the image. Here we can change a couple the image. Throughout the image. We can change a couple the image. We can change a couple of things here to see this easier. So we can turn on our show 2x zoom and show San Antonio here displays.
All right, so let's use the slide tool here. Can I get it? Yeah, I can. Perfect.
Now your vector scope is going to be different. Now your different. Now your
Yeah, I just finished streaming, heading to bed, filming a wedding tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Well, have fun with that. I'll just hop in and say hi real quick. Have a good stream. All right, thank you, Tyler. Have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good sleep and good luck on the wedding shooting tomorrow. If you need an energy supplement, I've got something for you over here. I can't find out where to point my finger. There it is. If you want an alert, the first ever alert, affiliate alert to pop up on your screen. Oh my goodness. Okay, my streaming PC might have freaked out a little bit about that. But thank you so much for the 100 bits. That was not necessary, but thank you so much. Oh boy. Why is my computer up here kind of freaking out a little bit? It's not usually this bottlenecked. Maybe it shouldn't be that. Maybe, well, no, that wouldn't be. That's not CPU bound. Wonder what's causing my CPU to like really run hot right now. I mean, it's a terrible CPU, don't get me wrong. It's really old. The CPU is like a decade old. So, yeah, there is that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, it could just be the webcam. What happens if I use buffering? Does that reduce it at all? Nope. Not whatsoever. Okay. I might have to remove stuff. I might have to reconfigure how I do the whole alerts thing. Because unfortunately, in order for this whole screen share thing to work, and for the alerts to actually, no, it still needs to pull in 2 NDI sources. Because I'm trying to run everything alerts wise off of my main PC, because I don't think my streaming PC can handle it. I don't know. Something I'm gonna have to look into later. But yeah, right now the CPU is running like 40% just in OBS. And it's not even doing the encoding. Like, if I turn off the webcam, where does that put the CPU usage? It lowers it by like 5%, so that's not it. I don't know. It's just chugging. Let me just close out of some things. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Just for you, my make this video. Son, let's not head to bed. All right, Plugly, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. I like the vibe here. Do you like it now? All right, I appreciate you stopping by. Have a great night. And feel free to ask any questions at any time.
We can change a couple of things here. We can go time zoom and show scan. Now this line right here shows for scan, but it's not a default tab here. This is a guideline. Just a guideline. Guideline. So the vector scope displays how much red, yellow.
It's that, right? Okay, that didn't start. Okay, good. Forgot that though. It used to be my shortcut for recording. I was like, oh no, I keep starting and stopping recording. That's not good.
Displays how much a guideline. So the vector scope display. So the vector scope. So the vector scope displays just a guideline. So the vector scope.
Did I not fix that?
So the vector scope.
Nah, lol, I didn't.
So the vector scope displays how much red,
Oh, well.
and blue, and these little. And this is just a good thing to remember, just for reference. But the opposite of red, green, is in your image, and these little in your image. Blue and blue, and it is in your image. Is in your image. And this is just a good thing to remember just for reference, but the opposite of red, green, and blue is cyan, magenta, yellow. So if we're looking at the opposite of red, that would be cyan, the opposite of yellow, so green is magenta, you get the point. Get the point. But just to show
Alright, let's go back to the cut page, because I think at this point we're pretty good.
You get the point. But just to show exactly how this is practically, let's go ahead and just remove all this saturation. If I do that, then we're going to have this like solid point notepad. There's no image, just black. Because the correct saturation all is absolutely exploding. I'm going to undo that. I'm going to exploding.
Maybe I should switch this. I can't. Man, I need that shortcut on this speed editor so bad.
And I'll go ahead and undo.
Cut page. Shoot, where's the... I can't do it live. You're a heathen! Okay, whatever.
Do that.
Please don't be... Click! I was tempted.
And I'll go ahead and undo that. But if we wanted to see exact... But if we want to see where the vector scope to this,
Let's see, I think when I did this last time... Yeah.
Saturation all the way up, and it's absolutely exploding. And I'll go ahead and undo that. But if I do not know loading, and I'll go ahead and undo that. But if we want to see where the vectors go, but if we want that, but if we want to see where a particular part of the image is, we can go to the bottom of the view. This confirmation slide that's white. And we can see the 3 dot no. It's not going to be so. This is color. Now we just have this image and showing exactly what color the pixel represents. And we'll see a highlight of what specific pixel is. And just hover this mouse. And we'll see a highlight. And we'll see.
I guess it's a good thing I have this transcription up, because I can actually look and see what I said.
And we'll see a highlight of what. Oh. Over and display qualifier focus, and now we can just hover this mouse over anywhere in our image. image, and we'll see a highlight of what specific pixel we're looking at. Anywhere in our image, and we'll see
And go back to edit page and just slide this a little bit.
We'll see a highlight of what specific pixel we're looking at.
Okay, that's good. Go back to cut page.
Image, and we'll see a highlight of what specific pixel we're looking at. And this works for what pixel we're looking at. And this works for looking at. And this works for all of the other scopes as well. Hopefully that helps you as well.
I forgot I need to show that too.
So hopefully that helps you understand your scope. So hopefully that helps you understand your scopes a little bit better. I'm going to go ahead and minimize this back down. Now let's go ahead and start this back down.
Let's see. I think this was probably just a continuation that I.
And now.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
Now.
All right. I gotta turn linking on. That's why it's been weird. Okay.
Minimize this back down. Now let's go ahead and start. Scopes a little bit better. I'm gonna go ahead and minimize this back down.
Let's see. Slip no. You don't have to answer this. You don't feel comfortable. But do you ever go completely make a video like this for a different channel you're on? Not really. I've never really thought about it, so.
Minimize this back down. Now let's go.
And I think I mean it's mostly because Kevin and I have met each other so the funny thing about Kevin and I is we met each other at ResolveCon back in 2023, and that's how we kind of hit it up. The funny thing was, it's when I was at that event, he was the only presenter that I didn't know or hadn't heard of prior to ResolveCon. And he ended up, funny enough, being the presenter I talked to the most out of all the presenters, which is kind of weird, but we just hit it off really well. I mean, Patrick Shirley and I had known each other for years, so we talked quite a bit and went out and grabbed desserts and stuff together. But Kevin specifically, we just hit it off really well and just had a lot more to talk about than we anticipated. So just ever since then, we've been kind of keeping in touch, and I've been working more and more for him as we went along. So, and I just kind of felt he brought it up to me one day. He's I would love for you to post stuff on my channel as well if you want to do some Resolve specific stuff. So, paraphrasing a bit, of course, but I was yeah, I'd be down to. So, and I think it works because the stuff I do for his channel is a little bit different than how I would do it on my channel. So I think it works because I don't feel like I'm losing content from my channel because I'm doing stuff for his. Because there's stuff I would do on my channel that would probably never see the light of day on his. And most of the stuff I make on mine would be in that category. So there is that. There's a couple things that I will probably be doing in the future that I would post on my channel, but I don't mind it being on his. So, because either way, doesn't matter which channel I post it on, it still helps me. So, but me posting on his channel benefits him as well. So it's just a mutual benefit kind of thing. Because even with my Fusion tutorial that thankfully is actually starting to gain more ground the longer that it's up, I was kind of bummed that it didn't pick up quite as well as we were expecting, but it's actually starting to do a little bit better the longer it stays up. But that Fusion tutorial, people actually found my channel because of that one video. So, there is that. So hopefully with the continued videos that I post on his channel, more people will gravitate to mine from it. And that's kind of what he's aiming for too. He's hoping more people find my channel through it too. So it's great that, like, he's been actually a huge help with trying to get my channel to grow, and a lot of stuff that I incorporate in my channel is actually stuff that he taught me. He's been fantastic to work with.
Now let's go ahead and start down. Now let's go ahead and start moving the I'm going to go ahead and nice stack down. Now let's go ahead and start moving down. Let's go ahead and start moving the tools that you'll probably use 90% of the time on this page. And it is your primaries wheels. You're not on go ahead and nice stack down. Now let's go ahead and
Oops. Excuse me? Not sure why that didn't work. Oh well.
Now let's go ahead. Now let's go ahead and start moving the tools that you'll Now let's go ahead and start. Go ahead and start moving the tool. Let's go ahead and start moving the tools that you'll probably use 90% and start. A bit better. I'm going to go ahead and minimize this back down. Now let's go ahead and start moving the tools that you'll probably use.
Okay, that works.
And that is with your primaries wheels. If you're not on
setup is I'm not a streamer.
Primaries wheels, it's this slide right here, the dot middle one that doesn't say HDR. So here in a primary, it's the one that does HDR. It's just the one that does not say HDR. Actually, it's a HDR. So here in our primaries tab.
Oh, you're a streamer now, buddy. No, I'm not. No, I'm not a streamer. I don't know why I said it like that.
So here in our primaries tab, we have lift, gamma, gain, and offset. So here in our primaries tab, we have lift, gamma, gain, and offset. Gamma, gain, and offset. And each of them offset. And each and offset. And each of them.
We have you and Pokemon. The funny thing is like, you know how people do those, like, the celebrity connections, like connect this person to this person and do all the Wikipedia stuff. Like, I could very quickly connect myself to Pokemon. Yes, I can. You know how? You know who Sam Woodhull is? I'm the founder of the Sam Woodhull Fan Club. Yeah, Sam Woodhull did Pokemon's animation transitions a couple years ago. He like made a video like, here's what I would do with Pokemon's transitions. She responded to him and asked him to actually make that for her stream. So he actually was commissioned to make the animations for her stream. And I've worked for Sam Woodhull. So there you go. I've also, if like I haven't been paid by Sam directly because it kind of came through Harris, I've worked for Harris. So, but I've done a lot of stuff with Sam in the past. So there is that. But yeah, I've never I've never ever said anything or spoken to Pokemon whatsoever. Probably never will. Don't really care.
An offset. And each of
I have other people I would freak out to meet, like Roger Deakins. That would be like, if I met Roger Deakins, that's like the biggest celebrity I would probably like. I would have no idea what to do about. Anybody else in the world you could ever name, probably not as big a deal as meeting Roger Deakins for me. Outside of maybe Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan would probably be on that list. Here, Roger Deakins is like probably the best director of photography of all time, where like every single shot he crafts is a work of art. And he's been snubbed by the Oscars so many times. But I think one of the most underrated movies out there that he shot entirely. Oh yeah. I'm not joking at all. No, Roger Deakins is like the guy. But have you ever heard of the movie Sicario? That was also a Roger Deakins shot movie. And every single shot in that movie looks gorgeous. Every single one. It's so good. Love that movie. It's criminally underrated. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? And the way he shoots it just looks so good. Oh my word.
shadows.
And then of course there's what is it, 1917, also Roger Deakins.
Least your gamma,
the whole like one shot thing.
shadows the least. Your gamma adjusts your midtone and lift. That's the most and shadows the least. Your gamma adjusts your midtones and lift adjusts the shadows the most and highlights the least. And then offset and highlights the least. And it highlights the least. And then offset moves everything up and down equally. And that is down equally. And that is essentially what they do, but that doesn't really pay.
All right, let's see if I can get this to work a little bit better here. We see more limelight. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like that's not really why we do what we do. So it's like people like me will recognize it because I don't really care about the actors and actresses. And I mean, okay, let me take it back. Like I do care about actors and actresses, but like in terms of people who I want to like interact with, meet, and learn about, and just have conversations with, it's always the people that are like actually creating this stuff, like like Roger Deakins, like the cinematographers or the editors or the colorists and stuff. Like I want to be able to just hang out with them, talk with them, pick their brains, and like just figure out what they know. If I met with an actor, like sure, that'd be cool, but it's just like I get, what do we talk about? I don't know. Like I've met people that are a lot of people would consider famous, and I'm just like, I talk with them, but I don't really have much to talk to them about, because it's just like, I don't know. It's I don't know how to put it. I don't have that similar like the celebrity like crush thing outside of like meeting the people that I really look up to in the industry. So yeah, it's just like meeting people that people consider to be famous. Like I haven't met Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I've filmed him before. So, but it's just like at the same time, I would not be able to have. I don't think I could have a reasonable conversation with him, just because like I have no idea what I would talk to him about. It's like it'd be cool to say hi to him, I guess, but I don't know. It's a weird thing. Because he's a songwriter, it's not too more credit with songs, right? Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the actual songwriters, like nobody knows who the actual songwriters are. It's just the artists that perform them. Yeah. What I've found though is like most people I've talked to in the industry that are in that position, they don't really care. Like they're not really in it to receive the notoriety or be famous or anything. Like it doesn't, they don't really care. But I can care for them. Okay, fair enough. That's okay. That's true. You got me there. Oh my goodness, it's 12:47. Why is it 12:47 a.m.? I don't want it to be 12:47 a.m. I have 9/10 of this still to go through.
And at least. And then off. At least your gamma.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Where?
Bab! How's it going? Does everything of his life? Are you the editor of that guy? Oh, of Kevin? I am. Like, I do edit a lot of the content on his channel, yes. The funny thing is, I don't really edit much of his videos of himself. The one I edit the most is David. So a vast majority of David's videos that you see are mine. Yeah, it's kind of big. I guess 3.5 million, so it's sizable. But yeah, Kevin's a good friend of mine. But yeah, funny enough, this video is actually going up on his channel, and it's actually it's one of my videos. So I'm actually posting I'm posting this video. It's a full-on color page tutorial in DaVinci Resolve. He's got a good voice base when he explains. Yeah, no, he's very articulate in a very, very good way. David's also pretty good too. You know, David hasn't had as much practice, of course, but he's definitely getting there. He's improving a lot. And then Elizabeth, I do a lot of her videos as well. So those are like the two primary ones. So if I go to, let's just go to Kevin's channel just to look at it. So yeah, this guy, David, so I'll edit a lot of his videos, and then Kevin will do his own. Did this one do it as well? Oh my goodness. Okay, YouTube has a gamma tag problem. Don't want to talk about it. Okay. So like, did I do? Oh no, these two, they had to do like last minute stuff that wasn't there. But like, for example, oh my goodness, did all of these do the gamma tag problem? Okay, this one didn't for whatever reason. But yeah, so like this video example is, this is one I edited. So like the Sora videos are ones that I edited. And I actually, funny enough, this video right here, this one was actually interesting to make because most of the time that I spent on this video was actually creating this preset right here. So what I did with this preset, you'll notice like as we go through, you'll see that like, you know, bigger text, we have bigger text here, we have smaller text here. I did not do, all I did was replace the text in each of them. And I have a preset that maybe I should release. Maybe I should make it into an actual preset. But I actually created this little preset effect where I could place the text in, and then once it gets to a certain width, it will shrink the text in order to fit within like this border, this barrier. So I can put however much text I want, and it'll always shrink it to be able to fit in here. And because I knew I was going to have to do this a lot, so I was like, well, in order to keep this all the same, see how like as I'm scrolling through, all that text on the bottom never goes beyond that point. It just kind of sticks to that border. I made a preset in order to do that. And so it's one of those things that like I took more time building that probably than I did editing the rest of the video. But because I didn't want to have to like resize and reanimate them all for them to be like mostly the same. Camera Tim shop. Dude, once I start putting stuff up on Resolve Share, oh, that'll be the day. I have a couple plugins I'm building. Oh, Wampus, you're gonna like this one. Oh my goodness, I'm sidetracking so much. Holy. Okay. This one, what is that? Oh, maybe I need to delete that one. I'm gonna go to a different project. After Effects. I could do this in After Effects. Well, not the well, I mean, you probably could in After Effects. It's just harder to do. It's just it's annoying to do in After Effects, and I can build it in Resolve and then sell it, or not sell it, but I can just use it as a template on all my projects. It's very, very easy to do. Once I figure it out, it's a lot easier. But where did I? Oh, the quick highlight tool. Okay, so this one I'm really excited about and hopefully get it working pretty soon. But essentially, I have this tool that I'm currently working on. That it's a quick highlight tool that essentially animates in at the beginning of the comp. And does this like a zoom in and does like a little animation around the border. And at the end of the comp, it zooms back out. But I can dynamically change this to be either a rectangle or an ellipse. And the really nice thing is that I can move, let's just set this to a rectangle as an example. I can move this rectangle anywhere. And I can, click and drag on the display as well. And if I switch it over back to an ellipse, it's still in the same spot. So the ellipse actually dynamically changes with the rectangle, as well as like the width and height. So I can, change the size of the rectangle, and the ellipse follows it, as you can see. So I don't have to like reshape the rectangle or the ellipse if I want to change between the two. And then I can toggle the dimmer to make the background lighter or darker. I can toggle the blur to, what did I do with that? I can't remember. Oh yeah. So I can toggle blur. Oh yeah, because I had I forgot. Okay. Yeah, so I can toggle the blur, so I can either blur what's behind it or keep it unblurred if I wanted to, toggle, or just do the lens blur but I did both options because it's lens blur is a studio only effect. I added a border over under toggle, which basically just switches the this one was interesting. This one took me a minute to figure out, but I can actually switch the inputs. And you can do this for any node. This actually is a lot more dynamic than I initially realized. But I can switch the inputs. So similar to how you would just press Control-T to switch these, I figured out how to toggle that from a button by just pressing this border over under. So that way, if I wanted to change the border size, it's not in there. Oh, yeah, it's this one. So if I wanted to change the border size, I could either have it go over top of what I'm highlighting, or I could have it go underneath. So as I increase the border size, it only increases outward and not over top of it, because sometimes you might want one or the other. Now the very interesting part that's like the basic functionality. This is all the basic stuff. The complicated part is this part right here. This is like the whole adding points, removing points, selecting masks and stuff, because essentially what I'm trying to do with this tool is I'm trying to allow it so that it's not just one point that it zooms in on, but I can add points, and I have part of this functionality working, but it's actually kind of hard to do. So what I have it doing is when I add a point, it'll add, I don't know where it's adding them at. I can add points. Oh yeah, there it is. I can add points and it'll add more masks and spots, so I can go into each mask, move them to where I need to be, and then the idea, I don't have this fully working just quite yet, but the idea is that each mask will be like the next point that it can move to. So I can say like, okay, at the beginning, zoom into mask point 1. Okay, at this point, move over to mask point 2. So it'll like shift over to mask point 2, and then at this point go to mask point 3, and then so on. You can add as many points as you want, and if you need to remove points, you just, you know, hit the remove buttons, and it'll remove all the points that you need as well. And you can like select which mask you're working off of as well. So yeah, that one's gonna be an interesting one. And here's the key point with all of this and how it works. You're not using any keyframes. No keyframes are used in any of this. So yeah, this will be an entirely keyframeless effect. Okay, I have a quick question, yes or no. Can you have character level styling plus follower? I can't get one once gets created. You should be able to. I don't see why you wouldn't. Can I add some contrast to Magic Mask Alpha? Are you talking about like, here, let me just go into this by itself. So like if I was to use Magic Mask, hopefully this doesn't like crash this OBS. It shouldn't, but we'll see. I'll just set this to better. So let's just make a Magic Mask of good old David here. Let it think for a second. Okay. Good, it didn't crash. I'm worried about OBS crashing, not Resolve crashing. So when you're saying add contrast to this, are you saying like doing something like that? And just making sure pre-divided post multiply is selected? So you're not like, because if you don't have pre-divided post multiply selected, then when you like move lift and you move any value that's like above 0, or sorry, below 0 or above 1, then it like does this. If you select pre-divided post multiply, it fixes that problem, so it keeps the alpha alpha. Mr. Alex Tech did something somewhat similar, but in terms of like adding the points and making it dynamically shift between them, Magic Zoom kind of does that, but it's not. It doesn't fully do it to the point that I'm making it. I'm adding like unlimited, technically unlimited points. Not really unlimited, but you know. So like Magic Zoom will kind of do it, but it's also kind of limited. Yeah, this is David. He's like the primary co-host, or the primary non-Kevin host of the channel. I have a situation that's too soft with very thin hair. So, and this is with Magic Mask specifically. Okay, well, let me look at that character level styling follower thing. So let me just pull this up in this viewer. So, well, let's add character level styling first. Let's go into character level styling. Let's just say I do this and I switch the font or whatever, and do fire hands will increase the size. I don't know. We'll change the color as well, because why not? And then on the text, we can just go ahead and we'll add a follower. And then I'll go to, let's just go to transform, and then I'll go to here, set a keyframe because that's where I want it to end up, and then go back to follower, bring this down, and then make sure the delay is like, I don't know, 2 frames maybe. And then as I play through this, yep, it still goes through the whole thing. So that should be how it works. And again, I'm doing this like very, very quickly, of course, but that is how you should be able to do it with following character level styling. You can also do it by word as well. So you can do like, well, actually, I need to go to the modifiers and do it, not there. And I have to remake the keyframes, of course. But anyways, wonder if I'll watch again in slow mo. Okay, yeah, I did that kind of fast because I was like, I was making sure I wasn't like doing something that wouldn't work, and like, here's exactly how you do it. Oh wait, it doesn't work. Why is that? So I was just kind of testing it for myself. But yeah, it should, in theory, it should just work like that. So you should be able to stack the follower on top of the character level styling. And I think vice versa it should work as well. Although well, actually that's interesting. Let me look at it. So let's go to follower first. We'll do the delay. I think it'll probably net the same result. That's my guess. So let's just go here, set the keyframe, go back to the follower, bring this down. Did I set my delay? Yes, I did. So it'll do that. Okay. And then if I go to the actual text in the follower, set character level styling, highlight this, change the font, Fire Sans, blah, 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 change the color. Will the follower do the same thing? Yes, it will. Okay, so it doesn't really matter what order you do it in, it looks like. At least for this very, very quick example. It shouldn't matter. Theoretically. I'm telling you, Mr. Camera Team, you could take over the Resolve world if you wanted to. Probably not. Have you ever heard of Pirates of Confusion? Have you ever heard of Casey Ferris? You ever heard of other people? Colin Kelly? Darren Mawson? Daria Fasoon? JRTV? Patrick Sterling? Mr. Alex Tech? Jason Dalovsky? Team 2 Films? Yeah, I'm not going to take over the Resolve world. Okay, anyways, going back to Magic Mask. So what specifically was the issue here?
Hey!
Hey, 23 cent episodes ago, how's everything else life? Are you color grading people's clips? So actually I took a quick segue into showing something. What I'm actually doing here is something entirely different than what I was doing before. But yeah, I'm making a full-on color grading tutorial that's going to go on Kevin Stratford's channel.
Hey! Where?
Hey, Steve. Steve Tack or Thack? Tack? Hopefully that's correct. Reporting in from YouTube. How's it going? How's everything? How is life? Welcome in. Welcome in from YouTube. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. You can use matte control. You can use like 2 different matte control nodes. I've seen this technique used before, and I've kind of used it for like green screen stuff. But you can use like, oh man, how do I do this? Oh, this one's like really weird, but you can like put the image in both matte controls. And then, oh wait, no. I need to, yeah, put the image of both matte controls, put this one into like the foreground of this one, and then for this one, I need to set it to, oh, how do I do this? Shoot, I actually completely forgot how to do this. Oh wait, because there's no difference between them, right? Wait a minute. I might have to go into a different project to figure out. Basically, there's a way to use 2 matte control nodes to kind of like control the outline of whatever you're trying to highlight. And then you can do like, you can use that as a mask on a color corrector node and use that to like refine the edging a little bit. I forgot exactly how to do it. I always have to refer back to my previous project to figure out how to do it, because I was like following a tutorial at the time and I like kind of forgot how it actually is supposed to work. But yeah, there's a way to use like 2 Mac control nodes. I think VFX Study was the one that initially did it. Thank you, bro. Wanted to give you a shout out, watch your content, and just recently launched my podcast. Oh, that's dope. My editing is still garbage, but not letting perfect get in the way of better. Absolutely. And yeah, like every single project, you're always figuring out how you can improve and doing stuff better. That's awesome. I mean, so did you watch the, are you coming here from like one of my videos, or, because I can't remember, are you, oh wait, kind of flickering around the head. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, that's kind of a case where the Magic Mask is gonna struggle a little bit just because it's not perfect on hair. That's something you definitely need like really good green screen and really good green screen lighting for. that one's hard. But anyway, Steve, did you come here from one of the YouTube videos or the podcast editing video? Because if so, that's actually kind of awesome. Maybe Magic Mask will come with more mana. Yeah, the thing is with Magic Mask is it's not actually magic, unfortunately. But it does what it does very, very well, but it's definitely not perfect. And there are cases where like really fine details it does struggle with. And that's when you need something like an actual dedicated green screen in order to do it properly. And then in turn with that green screen, you also have to make sure your green screen's lit well and your subject is lit very well so that the separation can be really well, and that you shoot it with a camera that does, I would say, bare minimum 422 chroma subsampling. I would probably just go full raw if you can, or 444, because you want all the color detail you can get. Subscribed to you a while ago, learning multi-train to get how to use DaVinci. Amazing. Well, perfect. Is this your first time showing up to the stream? Because I don't recognize the name. But I'm glad those videos were really helpful for you. I mean, that's the whole reason I create them. So that's awesome that you're showing up here. So yeah, multicam is something I use quite often. Not on this project, unfortunately, but yeah, I love using multicam. Multicam workflows are incredible. And that's how I got the gig at ResolveCon, I guess. I'm a huge fan. Big fan of multicam. It's amazing. No, should have previous time. Oh, under your podcasting account. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, welcome back then. I'm glad you're here. If you have any additional questions, feel free to let me know. Like, don't let my working stop you. So if I look like super concentrated, you can still ask me questions. It's all right.
Shadows least your gamma, adjust your midtones, and lift adjust the shadows on the
Oh, that's right. That's what I was doing. Oh my goodness. I forgot how much I sidetracked.
Your gamma, your and shadows the least. Your gamma adjusts your midtones and lift and tones, and lift adjusts the shadows the most and highlights the least. And then offset move and offset move.
Oh goodness, I did not plan this out well. That could work.
Midtones, and lift adjusts the shadows the most, and highlight.
That won't work. Okay, never mind. Oh well.
So adjusts the shadows the most and highlights the least.
Oh, almost.
So shadows the most and shadows the most and shadows the most and shadows the most and highlights the least. And then offset moves everything.
Whatever, that's fine. I try to hop on here to support when I can, but I'm usually in bed by now. It's totally fine. I'm just glad you're here. If you need to go to bed, totally, that's, go to bed. You're good. I appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. Like, that's it. I just do these streams for fun. And also to keep myself awake so I can also get work done. It's kind of a little of both.
Unequally. And that is essentially what they do, but that doesn't really paint the full picture of what's happening. In reality, different math to the image. In reality, these are applying different math to the image, which is also why they use different numbers. Now, I'm not.
Keep crushing it, bro. Love you all. Good night. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Steve. I hope you have a fantastic night, and look forward to seeing you on the next one, whatever that may be. But yeah, thank you so much. Check out the podcast, Clocking In Podcast. I'll take a look at it. All right. I appreciate it. Have a good night, Steve.
I'm not going to go to the exact equation being applied here because it's not important for this tutorial, but I'm mentioning this part because it's because it's not important for this tutorial. But
okay, split there.
For this tutorial, but I'm mentioning this.
Okay, can we actually go back to the cut page? That'd be great. Yes, I like the cut page. Get over it.
But I'm
looking at you, but huh. I don't know how much of that actually came through because I have no introduction, but maybe that all came through. That was a good one, though.
Tutorial, but I'm mentioning this part because it'll actually help understand how to use something.
Maybe I should do keyboard shortcuts for switching from edit page to cut page. Okay, yeah, so the Luigi? I actually don't know how you spell that. I'm kind of with you there.
Important for this tutorial, but I'm mentioning this part because it'll actually help understand. How to use some tools I'll be showing later.
Okay, back to the demon page. Lol.
It's also just a good thing to understand. I'll be showing later. Showing later. It's also just a good thing to understand what my tool behave the way that they do. And just as a side note, anytime you click the reset button on any tool, it'll reset everything. It'll reset all the parameters in that tool. So if you click the button on any tool, it'll reset everything. Any tool, it'll reset all the parameters in that tool. So I'll be clicking that a lot. So to better
Also read. Question mark. Maybe it's just not in the actual dictionary.
a lot. So to better a lot. So to that a lot. So to better I'm clicking that a lot. So to better illustrate that a lot. So to better illustrate I'm clicking that a lot. So
can I? You know what? I am gonna make a shortcut for it. Okay, edit. It's already set to 0? Wait, what? Oh my goodness, it's already set. I need something that's over on this side of the keyboard though. So let's look at the keyboard customization. So let's go to this. We're gonna change that. What keybinds do I have open? None of these, of course, because I use this area all the time. It's Alt X. Video edit. Oh yeah. Poopy pants. Yeah, let's just Shift Alt X or Shift Control Alt. Yeah, here we go. This will work. I'll do Shift Control. Okay. For the edit page, I'll make it Shift Control Alt X, and for the cut page, I'll make it Shift Control Alt Z. Save. All right. There we go. Perfect. Oh wait. Why isn't it switching? No, Shift Control Alt Z doesn't work. Why? I heard a quick fix to that is to go to the workspace menu and hide the cut page. I don't think that works. I don't think so. I don't think that works the way you think it works. All right, I'll do Shift Control Alt A. See if that works. Okay. What? It works the first time, but not the second time? That's a bug. Is that, whoop, no, not check for updates. There's no way that's not a bug. So it works there. What? Oh, that's dumb. I see why. It's because when I do that, it deselects resolve. So if I hit the keyboard shortcut, then it no longer has resolve selected. So I have to click into it, and then the keyboard shortcut works. The weird thing is I can go back to the edit page, but the reason the reason it does that is because it I see why. It's because when I switch to the edit page, it switches to dual screen mode. And when it switches to dual screen mode, it selects the window over on the other side. And then I don't have the timeline or this window or this section selected, so it can't switch the page because it has the other windows. I need something to eat. Okay. Okay, you know what? I knew you were gonna say that! But you know what? Just to spite you, I'm gonna use it anyways.
So to better illustrate, in that tool, so I'll be clicking that a lot. So to better illustrate this point,
so wait, if I do that, and I can just move around in here, can it go back? Oh, I can do it anyways! Haha, sucker! So I just have to move around in the timeline. That's all I gotta do.
So to better illustrate this point, I'm gonna go edit. Illustrate this point. I'm gonna go back to the edit page.
Oh my goodness, this really hit me now. I'm getting so tired.
Edit page, and I'm just gonna set up a grayscale render. You don't have to do this part because it's different so you can visually see what's happening. What's happening. I'm going to pull the waveform back up here so it's easier to see. But now that we see on this side over here, so we have black, and on the right we have white, and we can see it goes on black to white waveform. So it's the illustration of where we're looking on the ramp. The ramp. And I'll go ahead and show that on the ramp. And I'll go ahead and show the waveform as starting at 0 and at 1 with your black and white, just so this is your grasp. Now again, probably this is easier to grasp.
Thank you for the egg frozen fusion. How's it going? How's everything going? It's life. Wow. I said wife. Hello. Welcome in. I also forgot. I need to do something in Fusion first. I'm never gonna finish this video. This is never gonna get done.
Waveform starting at 0 and ending at 1 with 0 being black. And we can see it goes from black to white waveform, so it's a very illustration of where we're looking at on the ramp. And I'll go ahead and show the waveform. As starting at 0 and then ending at. And I'll go ahead and show the.
Oh damn it! I forgot. This is not gonna be fun. Okay, what I said I would do is, in order to have a better visual representation, I'm going to change these numbers to show 0 to 1 instead of 0 to, yeah. Let me just make sure. I think all of these cumulatively are just when you add 128 together. So let me just, I'm just going to make 100% sure that's what it is. Okay, so 256, 384, 512, 640, 768, 896, and 1024. Yeah, this one is the only one that says that, but whatever. Okay. So I don't know what the font is. But let's see. So how many points is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this one has to be 0.5. 6, 7, 8. I guess it's just divided by 8. So what's 1 divided by 8?
Hey! Where?
Hey, sorry for taking a lecture. How's it going? How's everything? How's life? Would you say you've mastered DaVinci Resolve? No. There's other things you're learning about. Oh, I'm always learning. I don't think I'll ever fully know Resolve completely inside and out. I think there's always going to be things I'm learning about it, especially as it's getting developed and there's more things being added to it. I think there's always something new that you can learn from it, even if you've been using it as long as it's been out. How many years do you think it would take? A lot. Okay, calm down, guys. Calm down. If you don't calm down. Okay, so we can just add these as like 0.15. Okay, so we got 0. Well, I don't have to do the 0. I can just do 0.125. And this will be 0.25. This will be 3. Whoops. 3. Goodness, the math is not mathing right now. 375. I knew that. Calm down. Yeah, I said it. Calm down. Okay. Now, of course, 0.5. And then this is 0.625. This is 0.8. 875, and then this is 1. Man, is Yoda at this? You guys are indeed something else. Without a doubt. Oops, not tracking. It'd be hilarious if Open Sans was, or I guess, well, not Gotham. Is Open Sans a font set to use here? Because that would make my life so much easier. And definitely not bold, but like regular or medium or regular even. Premium gasoline suppliers? What? I can't even. You're breaking my brain, Wampus. You're breaking my brain. My brain can't handle it anymore. Oh, I should probably make this vertical anchor at the top so I can. Whoops. So I can do this, and then anytime I need to increase the size of this, it's based off of that. Okay. Might actually be Open Sans. I could probably just get away with using this. Doesn't really matter. And then let me just zoom. Let me zoom in on a part that actually has that full color. And then that way I can color pick that color. There we go. Well, except that. Project settings, color management, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it still doesn't get it actually exactly right. Interesting. Oh, it's gonna be dumb. Okay, whatever. I just want to get it close. It's all I ever desired. Okay, cool. That looks like it's probably close enough. Needs to be a little brighter. I'm spending way too much time doing this thing that really doesn't matter. We provide good gas IE while you I'm not even gonna read it. I'm just so done with you guys. Words cannot express how done I am with you.
Hey! Where?
I am practicing and by the way, I cannot read your name. Kaid Hanyun. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. I'm practicing editing short podcast clips using DaVinci. I wonder if you could release more videos or do a live stream on this topic in the future. Okay. Sounds like you love it here. Okay, calm down, Wampus. Calm down. Editing short podcast clips. Are you, well, okay, I have a lot of questions. Are you, for one, are you coming from one of my videos? If so, thank you so much and welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing very well. Are you specifically referring to cutting down podcast clips from, like, let's say you've edited a full length podcast, an hour long full length podcast, whatever it is, and then just taking shorts from that and making those very quickly in DaVinci. Is that what you're asking? I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking. Oh, that color picker works. That's close enough. That's fine. That's acceptable. And I'm gonna have to do a third number here. Yeah, that looks about right. And then to adjust the rest of this, thankfully this is the easy part. I just have to adjust the line spacing. And I might have to increase it beyond this, so I'll just set it to 10 and then go back down until it matches. I should probably just go down to the... Wait a second. Did I miss one? My voice just decided to stop working there for a second. Did I miss one? Am I just bad at math? I am. I forgot an obvious one. Yeah, 0.7. Oh, I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this. And by so good, I mean not at all. Alright. Okay. Now I can basically just match this one. Because if this one matches, then everything else will match in line with it. Yeah, that basically works. Cool. And then all I have to do is wipe my glasses off. Hey guys, look. Rare non-glasses moment. The funny thing is like majority of the day I don't wear glasses. I only wear when I'm at the computer or driving or any time else during the day. Handsome with... All right. Wampus, listen. I am married. That is all I have to say. Please tell me that's good. All right, there we go. Doesn't mean I can't score. Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean I can't score. I mean, you gotta try pretty hard. All right, what was I doing? Okay, I do need to add some fill. Okay, so we'll add this red outline, except it's not gonna be an outline. It's going to be the text as a whole. Oh, but it's not even gonna... Oh, really? Really? That's not actually a problem. I can move it. So let's go ahead and move that up. That should cover it all, maybe. And then I don't think this is actually true black. Then again, maybe I'm wrong and maybe it is. Let me just do... Yep, it is true black. Okay. So yeah, that... Hey, we just customized a graph there. So now I can just fade this in.
And I'll go ahead and show the waveform as...
Oh, I forgot. I need to, I forgot that that graph doesn't work. Nope, go back, you dingus. I have to do it via the blend. But you know what I do? Hey, Wampus. You know what I do instead of using keyframes? Hey, Wampus. What's the one thing I do that I like doing that doesn't use keyframes? What's it called? Let me turn on autofocus, even though I hate it. Hey, what's it called? No! You disappoint me. You disappoint me greatly. I mean, you got the second word right, to be fair. The second word is correct. Am I dropping frames on the webcam? Yeah, of course I am. This curves with atoms on it. You know what? I think I have to resync it. Hold on. There we go. That works. Okay, let's go back to where we were. Yes, we use anim curves, of course. We don't keyframe on this channel. We use anim curves. And I had a I mean, I had an expression for this. I don't want to use it right now because I'm too lazy to pull it out. But I know how many frames to go, so I'll just do it this way. So we'll just set the input here. Yes, I'm using keyframes on an anim curves. Calm down.
waveform as starting at 0 and then...
There we go. But, I mean, it'll still do the same thing, so if I copy it, it can still be used that way. Oh, you know what I just realized? I don't want it to do that. I'm dumb. I actually don't want it in anim curves there at all. I just realized. Because when I copy and paste it, I just want it to be there and not have to fade on. So never mind, we are keyframing it. Because I'm going to have to do this. And I'm going to have to just remove this in entirety. Because this pops up. This is the biggest reason why I have to do this. Oh, but I have to wait until I actually fix all this. So... This has nothing to do with the cut page. Don't you dare crap on a cut page. Don't you dare say anything about the cut page. The cut page is good. Okay. On a custom tool node with a special expression on it. Accurate. Good work, team. Good. All right. I'm going to bring this fusion comp over here, and I'm just going to have to keep this one at bay somewhere until we're ready to put it back in. So, Wampus, just for you, I'm going back to the cut page. I'm doing this just to spite you. Oh, maybe I should turn proxies on. That would be helpful. My nickname was Proxy. There you go. It comes full circle eventually. I just had a baby named ProRes. Good morning, H265. Breakfast is ready. This is H264 calling. Meanwhile, Grandpa H263 is just sitting there reading the newspaper. H262 died long time ago. Oh, man. Hold on, what? I wonder what the compression was like on H261. If even that was a thing. Oh, it totally was. In 1988. Oh my goodness. Hold on, and now I gotta know. There wasn't an H260. Hold on, wait. Oh, there was an H260. So it's H261, but there were before H261 was H120. What? But it was not practical due to poor performance. Oh my goodness, this is so fascinating. H120 was the first digital video coding standard, but it was based on differential pulse code modulation, which had inefficient compression, making it impractical. H261, developed by the International, was the first truly practical discrete cosine transformation coding center. Oh my goodness. H262. Oh yes, so that's where MPEG 1 comes from. H262 is MPEG 2 part 2. Huh. Now I want to know what the bit rates of these are in comparison to the efficiency of the compression. This is really funny to me too. The primary difference is that H263 uses low bit rates compared to the previous H261 and H262 standards. Can you imagine AV1 compared to like these old codecs like H261? Oh man. It's weird because like H264 was like has been the standard and still is very widely used to this day. Eventually it was like officially approved, I guess, in 2003. But it was developed in 2001. Man, licensing sucks. But I guess before that, like, it was just H263. Now I want to see like between H261 and between H261 and H265. Let's see. I really want to know, like, how would I be able to see? It's all like recent history. I want to know before then. I mean, HUC would support a lot more, of course. Hmm. Man, this is like the biggest segue I could make right now. Shout out productivity. That's so true. Okay, here we go. The H26 family. That's what I want. So like, so H120 is just not used because it was just bad. Like, I kind of want to see how bad it really is. H324. Huh. Never heard of that. Oh, here we go. Now we get the full. Wait, H266? Wait a minute. When has this been a thing? Because that's not AV1, is it? No, that's definitely not AV1. Wait, hold on. Finalized on July 6, 2020. What? I know H265 has actually been out for a while because I did actually use it like in 2014, 2015. Like, it was actually available at the time. The licensing was just absolutely awful. And so it took forever for it to become actually mainstream. I didn't know like H266 is actually out there right now. What? Versatile video coding. How did I not know this was a thing for 5 years? You know what I just realized? OBS is frozen. And you guys aren't seeing a thing that I'm looking at. That's annoying. No one told me. Well, I was looking at a bunch of stuff. Apparently, it froze way back when I was doing anim curve stuff. Oh my goodness, it's been frozen for a while then. That's bad. Yeah, this is what I've been looking at for like the past 10 minutes. And then there's probably another like 15 minutes that just wasn't there. So yeah, here's all the stuff I've been looking at. I've been Google searching all this stuff. So apparently, there was a thing that existed. The very first compression codec or whatever was H120, but it was never really fully adopted because it absolutely sucked. So H261 was the first variant. And then of course came like H262, H263, H264, H265, yada yada yada, all that good stuff. And H264 came out in like 2003, and it's been like the standard ever since. So like between 1988 and 2003, there were like 4 different compression standards that happened pretty rapidly. And then H264 came out, and that's still very widely used today. It's starting to be less used because HEVC is like finally becoming like more viable. But the funny thing is like HEVC or H265 actually came out in 2013. Like it's been out for nearly 12 years. And we're just now getting to it on Twitch. That's how bonkers licensing is. It's really stupid. Now, here's the crazy thing I just found out. H266 is a thing. And it's been a thing for 5 years at least. It started in 2017. And it's called VVC. And apparently it's a successor to H265 or HEVC. Like, wait a minute, hold on, because this is not AV1 that everybody else is freaking out about. It's like, what is this? So that's what I've been, like, blowing my mind about in the past 15-20 minutes that you guys haven't seen. So this is done, and it's been done for a while. But where is it? Why does like nobody talk about it? Like apparently some people use, in some places use it, like the Brazilian broadcast system, but launched in 2024. See, here's the one that everybody's confused about. AV1 is completely open source, which is why it was so quickly adopted. Because the initial release, when it very first came out, was 2018. That's not that long ago. And it's the only reason it hasn't become more widely used is because it's so complex of a compression that not many GPUs can handle. So this isn't like a licensing issue or like a widespread issue. It's just the hardware hasn't caught up with being able to use it. But AV1 is like the most efficient codec, but how does that compare with VVC or H266? So, what? Batteries. How bad licensing? Yeah, that's the big thing. And H.266 is probably going to go through the same licensing problem that H.265 is. And if AV1 keeps pushing forward the way that it is, we're going to see all the manufacturers just go to AV1, and H.266 is just never going to be adopted. And if AV1 is as efficient or even more efficient, then it's never going to see the light of day. Oh, interesting. And apparently, like, so like AV1 is, so who gets to use it then? I don't know. Apparently very few people can right now. Because like, you know, with AV1, in order to actually like encode AV1 that's not CPU bound, like, you know, I can do it in OBS, but only through my CPU. I have to have at the very minimum a 40 series NVIDIA GPU, or I forget what series it is. I think it's like 7000 series AMD GPU in order to hardware encode this thing. So the only way that I can do AV1 right now is if I use my CPU, and that will take eons. So because it's just that complex of a codec, the GPUs actually just can't handle it. 30 series and below. And apparently H.266 is allegedly even harder. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's better efficiency in terms of like lower file size or whatever. Oh my word. The AV1 is up to 33% more efficient than H.266. Yeah, if that's actually true, if that actually is the case, then yeah, H.266 is never going to see the light of day. None. No one. And if there actually is an AV2 on the way, oh yeah, then yeah, VVC or H.266 is never, yeah, it's not happening. There's no way. Huh. Wow. Does this mention AV1 anywhere? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. That's fascinating stuff. Man, a lot of weird things are happening right now. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be back. Okay. You know what would actually be kind of cool? If I actually got some work done. Okay. No, andare afuera.
Yeah, again, we're calling here. Again, we're calling it an
Oh, right. I created a shortcut for this. Oh, come on. Speaking of productivity, hot stuff and go read for a bit. All right, sounds good. Hot stuff. Wow. Wow. Okay. Appreciate you go live for a bit though. Always cool learning from the best. I'm definitely not the best, but I appreciate it. Have a great one, Wampus.
We're calling this 0.5 because again we're calling this 0.5 because it's in the middle of the ramp. What happens if you apply 5? Now, well, 0.5 times 2 would equal 1. So, what happens if you multiply 0.5 by 2? Well, 0.5 by
Whoops.
well, 0.5 by 2. Well, 0.5 times 2 would equal.
All right, have a good one, Wampus. I'll see you. See you when I see you. None.
by 2. Well, 0.5 equals 2, and it would be at the top. At the top. That would mean we're multiplying 0.5 by 2. Multiplying at the top. That would 5 times 2 would equal 1. So if we set our gain to 2, 1. So if we set our gain to 2, that would mean multiplying 0.5 by 2, and it would be at the top. That would mean multiplying 0.5 by 2. So what would happen if we set gain to 2? Times 2 would equal 1. So what happens if you multiply 0.5 by 2? So if we set gain 2, that would be multiplying by 2, and that would mean we're multiplying 0.5 by 2. So what would happen? 0.5 because it's in the middle of the ramp. What happens if you multiply 0.5 by 2? Well, that would mean we're multiplying 0.5 times 2 would equal 1. So if we set our gain to 2, it would equal 1. So in the middle of the ramp, what happens if you multiply 0.5 by 2? If we set our gain to 2, that would mean we're multiplying 0.5 by 2, and it would be at the top. That would mean we're multiplying. That would mean we're multiplying by 2. If we set our gain to 2, that would mean we're multiplying. That would mean we're. That would mean. That would mean we're multiplying by 2. If we set our gain to 2, that would mean we're multiplying 0.5 by 2. So what would happen if we set gain to 2? And we're calling this 0.5 in the middle of the ramp. What happens if you multiply 0.5 by 2? If we set our gain to 2 by 2, that would mean we're multiplying 0.5 by 2. So what happens if you multiply 0.5 by 2? That would mean we're multiplying 0.5 by 2. So what would happen if we set gain to 2? It would mean 0.5 because it's in the middle of the ramp. That would mean we're multiplying 0.5 by 2. In the middle of the ramp. So what would happen if we set gain to 2? That would mean that.
I think I tried like several different ways to say it, and it just didn't work for any of them.
and set gain to 2. That would mean that this is 0.5 because it's in the middle of the ramp. So what would happen if we set gain to 2? That would mean that this little 0.5 right here is now 1 because it's now being multiplied by 2 and it's at the top of our waveform. 0.5 because it's in the middle of the ramp. So what would happen if we set gain to 2? That would mean that this little 0.5 right here is now 1 because it's now being multiplied by 2 and it's at the top of our waveform.
Come on.
Now by 1 doesn't change. So if we look at the middle of the ramp here, again we're calling this 0.5 because it's in the middle of the ramp. So what would happen if we set gain? Because anything multiplied by 1 doesn't change. So if we look at the middle of the ramp here, again we're calling this 0.5 because it's in the middle of the ramp. So what would happen if we set gain to 2? That would mean that this little 0.5 right here is now 1 because it's now being multiplied by 2 and it's at the top of our waveform. And that is how gain works in a nutshell. I'll show lift seconds in a nutshell. I'll show lift gain works in a nutshell. Now I'll show lift second. I'll show lift second because in a nutshell. Now I'll show lift second because lift is actually just the inverse of gain. So it's also a multiplier, but the other way around. So that's the way around. Around. So that's lift and gain.
So maybe I should turn dual screen off because dual screen actually kind of screws it up. Interesting.
Other way around. So that's lift and gain.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
The
oh
key
well.
thing to note is that gain is never going to move 0 or grow. The difference is that as the key thing to note with these two adjustments is around. So that's lift and gain, and the key thing to note with these two is that gain is never going to move 0 or go below 0. Below 0. And lift and go below 0. And lift will never move 1 or go above 1. Above 1. Now, gamma is interesting. Now, gamma is interesting above 1. Now, go above 1. Now, gamma is interesting because gamma is actually an exponential adjustment. So it's actually a great way to introduce contrast without making the image. But what's important to note with gamma is that it will never move 0 and 1, and it will never go above 1 or below 0. If I just demonstrate this right here, if I push this to its max, you'll see that 1 and 0 move everything in between does. If I move all the way down, same applies. 1 does not move and 0 does not move, everything in between does. That does not move, but everything in between does. And now let's go over to a little trusty friend offset right here. And now let's go over to a little trusty friend offset right here. That is just an offset right here. Offset right here. Offset is let's go over to what does. And now let's go over to a does not move, but everything in between. And now let's go over to a little and now let's go over it does not move, but everything in between does. And now let's go over to a
I gotta shut up.
Everything in between does. And now let's go over to allies. 1 does not move, and 0 does not move. Everything in between does not move, but everything in between. Everything in between does. Everything in between. Does not move, and 0 does not move, but everything in between does. And now let's go over to a little trusty friend, offset, right here. Offset is just an additive adjustment, meaning it just has positive and or negative numbers. Offset moves everything. 0 to 1 means nothing to this guy. That's this guy. That guy. Now this is also a good place.
And then this is where I made my other key mistake.
Now this is also a good place to
oh, fudge your muffins.
This is a good place to talk
All right,
about
let's scroll through this and see where the mouse goes. I'm gonna give him a point and see how easy this is going to be. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad.
Really good indicator of how that
okay.
is. When you
Solid.
once it goes low, it decreases not in an S curve, but it actually decreases linearly. So that's just a good thing to note as you're increasing and decreasing contrast and how it differs. So by default, when you increase contrast 0 and 9, decrease contrast does increase diesel. So you didn't want contrast to apply curve increase contrast,
Man, I'm still safe? No way. Yep, safe there.
When you increase contrast, you can change that. You go to File, Preferences, and General Options. Here for S curve for
And then this spot's gonna be a little weird, but I'll get to that. That I can cut, that's fine.
It applies it nearly across the board. I do prefer to have S curve because it has less. I do prefer to have that back curve. No, I do prefer to have that S curve because I like what it does to my image better, but you know if you need it. Let's see what the game offset and EAS you make the overview. So that's the overview on the game offset and even contrast and pivot. Now look at our primary tab. We're just gonna go next to primary tab. We're just gonna go ahead and go back to our Kevin clip.
That's gonna be a problem.
Go back to Kevin clip. I'm just gonna delete that. And we're gonna go back to the color page. We're gonna go back to the color page in this. And let's just look at the rest of our controls. We're going to start with basically the controls. If you're trying to restore you know what? It's just going to extend it. Now when we increase it, that's like the main thing. Let's go to the infamous
Why is this even here? It's not supposed to be there. And that's when I fix it. Okay, so this is gonna be slightly complicated. Basically need to retain this area here. Wait, I do need to hold to get this whole window. Whoops. This was not a fun mistake to make. Okay, let's turn off proxies here. I'm so bummed I made this mistake. Okay, now turning proxies back on. Oh, that's right. I need to make a little bit more refinement to this. Subtract. This one's also subtract. I've turned these on. Okay, that's a little bit more refined. I have to make a different one for that, but and that's gonna
Go back to the color page on this example. You'll notice that And it's meant to enhance perceived sharpness. And
I almost wonder if I should just keep this up here.
So it's almost like a vibrant tools we're going to. So we have two more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that important that I fix it. It's just annoying that it's there.
Now this is also a good place to talk about our contrast. Everything right here. Meaning it just adds positive numbers. So offset moves everything. So it means nothing to this guy. Now this is all to this guy. Now this is this guy. Now this is all talk here. Now contrast. So let's talk about our contrast and pivot tools. I'll go ahead and reset offset right here. Right here. Right here. Now contrast. Here. Now contrast by nature, of course, is simple.
What?
Here. Now contrast by nature, of course, is simply what is right and it's where the center of it is being applied. If I bring being applied. So if I bring in my contrast down lower, so if I bring the pivot down, is being applied. So if I bring the pivot down lower, it's being applied. So if I bring the pivot down lower, if I bring the applied. If I bring the pivot lower, bring the pivot down lower, you're not if I bring the pivot down lower, down applied. So if I bring the pivot down lower, you can see that it increases and decreases contrast at a lower point. If I bring my pivot higher, it increases at a higher point. And I'm showing it on this higher point. And I'm showing it on this page because this is a really big increases linearly. So that's just a good thing to note at contrast and how it differs. So by default, when you increase contrast, contrast does increase 0 and decrease 1. Now if for whatever reason increase 1. Now if for what increase 1. Now if for whatever reason you didn't want your contrast to apply for whatever reason you didn't want your contrast to apply an S curve when you increase 1. Now if for whatever reason you didn't want your contrast to apply an S curve when you increase contrast, you can actually change that. How that contrast is being applied from our curves. And what's interesting is when we decrease contrast, you'll notice that once it goes below 1, it actually decreases not in an S curve, but it actually decreases linearly. So that's just a good thing to note as you're increasing and decreasing contrast and how it differs. So by default, when you increase contrast, 0 and 1 are not changed, but decreasing contrast does increase 0 and decrease 1. Now if for whatever reason you didn't want your contrast to apply an S curve when you increase contrast, you can actually change that. If you go to File, Project Settings, and then General Options, there's a toggle right here for Use S curve for contrast. Watch what happens when we untoggle that and hit Save. Now it applies it. Hit Save. Now Save. Now it applies it linearly across the save. Now it applies it linearly across the board. Now I do the prefer. Now I do prefer to have.
I thought I deleted that one.
Now I do prefer to have that. Now I do prefer to have that S curve because it has a less likely. Now I do prefer to have that.
Man, I thought I deleted those.
across the board. Now I do prefer the board. Now I do prefer to Now I do prefer across the board. Now I do prefer to have that S curve because I like what it linearly across the board. Now I do prefer to have that here now if you need it. So that's the overview on lift, gamma, gain, offset. Here, I'm just gonna delete this for now, and we're gonna go back to the color. This for now, and we're gonna go back to and we're gonna go back to the color page on this, and let's just look now, and we're gonna go back to this for now, and we're gonna go back to the color page. Now, and we're gonna for now, and we're gonna go back.
Oh, that's the same clip. That's why it's weird.
And go back to the color page. And this for now, and we're gonna go back to the color page on this, and let's just look at the rest of our controls that we have here. Contrast to. And it's meant to enhance contrast or decreases edge contrast and it's meant to enhance perceived the rest of our controls that we have here. I'm going to actually start with mid-tone detail. What mid-tone detail does is it basically enhances edge contrast or decreases edge contrast and it's meant to enhance perceived sharpness. And if I scroll in here and look at his cheeks, edge contrast, and it's meant to contrast, and it's meant to enhance perceived sharpness. And if I scroll in here and look at his cheeks as an example, and it's meant to enhance perceived sharpness. If I scroll in here and look at his cheeks as an example, notice that when increasing tone detail, the areas have a low detail contrast are the ones that are affected most, and the very detailed areas are affected the least. So it kind of unifies the whole image in terms of detail. But typically, I like to not really mess with this tool much. But now at least you know what it does. And then if we look at our shadows and highlights and shadow, but what's interesting is these are actually not just our shadows and highlights. What it does. And then if we look at our shadows and highlights, these are just moving highlight. But what's interesting is these are actually not just highlight and shadow adjustments, but rather they actually do spatial or textural adjustments. So if we look at his forehead example, if we reduce highlights, the pixels are actually, what it's actually doing is on the pixels, it's looking at surrounding pixels to see what it should look like if it was to put in. Now, what's interesting about these two in particular and shadow, but what's interesting is these are shadow. Now, what's interesting and then if we look at our shadows and highlights, these are interesting because normally you would think that these are just, oh, these are just moving highlights and just, oh, these are just think that these are just, oh, these are just moving or just, oh, these are just moving, oh, these are just, that these are just, oh, normally you would think that these are just moving highlights and shadows. Now, what's interesting about these two in particular is, oh, yes, they do increase and decrease highlight and and then if we look at our shadows and highlights, these are interesting because normally you would think that these are just moving highlights and shadows. Now, what's interesting about these two in particular, our shadows and highlights, Now, what's interesting about shadows and highlights. Now, what's interesting about these two in particular is, oh, yes, they. Now, what's interesting about these two in particular is, about these two. Now, what's interesting about these two in particular is, oh, yes, they do increase. In particular is, oh, yes, they do. you would killer is, oh yes, highlights. These are interesting because normally you would killer is highlights. Now what's interesting about these two in particular is, oh yes, they do increase and decrease highlight and shadows, but they also try to increase and decrease
detail. So if I reduce the highlights here, what it's attempting to do on the forehead, as an example where highlights are, is attempting to restore the detail that might have been blown out and tries to mesh it with the texture around it. So that can be good if you're trying to restore some blown out highlights and recover some detail. Of course, you can easily push it too far, but it can be a slightly cleaner.
Push it too far, but it can push it too far, but it can be a slightly cleaner adjustment. But it can be a slightly cleaner adjustment than just reducing gain or lowering some other highlights in some sort of, or lowering highlights in some other sort of way. So up to this point, Or lowering some other highlights in some sort of, or reducing gain or lower
other highlights in some sort of,
or lowering or reducing gain or lowering highlight gain or reducing gain or lowering highlights in some other gain or lowering highlights in some other sort of way. So up to this
Now this can go back quite a bit because that'll live over here. So I've gotten through this part.
to file project we're looking at on the ramp, and I'll go ahead and show the waveform as starting at 0 and then ending at 1, with 0 being black and 1 being white, just so this is easier to grasp. Now gain is probably the curve when you increase contrast. You can actually change that if you go to File, Project Settings, and then toggle that and hit Save. Now, save. Now it applies it. You have that S curve because. Now I do prefer to have that S curve because I like what it does. You need it. So that's the overview.
You want lift, gamma, gain, offset, and even contrast and pivot. Now to look at the rest of our primaries tab, we're just going to go ahead and go back to our.
Now look at the rest of our primaries tab. Tab. Contrast and pivot. Our primaries tab.
I'm just gonna replace these and the other ones just in case. We'll save it from being totally ruined.
Now with the rest of our primary step, we're just gonna go ahead and go back to our and we're gonna go back to the color page on this, and let's just look at the rest of our control.
Alright, that should work.
Blown out and tries to mesh it with the texture around it. So that can be good if you're trying to restore some blown out highlights and recover some detail. It can be a cleaner gain or lowering highlights in some other sort of way.
Gain or lowering highlights in some other sort of gain or lowering highlights in some other sort of way. Or lowering highlights in some other sort of way. So up to this point, I've kind of avoided sort of way. So up to this point, I've kind of avoided talking. Up to this point, I've kind of avoided talking.
Oh boy, I feel a sore throat coming on. That's not good.
So up to this point, I've kind of
Avoided talking about the temp, tint, saturation, and color boost tools. And that's because while they do exactly what they say they'll do,
I actually never use these tools, and I also recommend to other people to never touch these tools as well. Now, why is that? Well, first let's start off with that. Well, first let's still do. I actually never use these tools, and I also recommend to people to never touch these tools as well. Now, why is that? I actually never use these tools, and I also recommend to other people to never touch these tools as well. Now, why is that? Well, first let's start off with use these tools, and I also recommend to other people to never touch these tools as well. Now, why never touch these tools? Well, first, let's start off with talking about exactly what these. Well, why is that? Well, first, let's start off with talking about exactly what these are doing under the hood. These tools, and I also recommend that people never touch these tools as well. Now, why is that? Well, first, let's start off with talking about exactly what these are doing under the hood. Remember that. Well, first, let's start off with talking about exactly what these do under the hood. Remember how we learned about how gain is a multiplier, and so when you increase and decrease highlights, it's just multiplying? Well, temp, tint, and saturation are all doing that exact same thing. Let's go ahead and pull up our vector scope here. I'm just going to extend it. Now, when we increase saturation, it's basically... Now, when we increase saturation... Now, when we increase... Now, when we increase... We increase when we increase when we increase now when we increase saturation it's basically multiplying the pixels so that the most vivid pixels so that the most vivid
I don't know what happened to my voice there.
the pixels so that the most vivid pixels applying the pixels so that the most vivid applying the pixels so that the most vivid pixels become more vivid, but the lower saturation areas stay much lower saturated.
And this can create a very video-y type of look, and it's not very a pleasant way to increase saturation. And then temp and tint operate that very same way.
And as we can see on our vector scope, the value very same way. And as we can see on our same way. And as we can see on our vector scope, the values that are the farthest out are the ones that are getting the most affected. Same thing with the tint as well. And then when we tint as well. And then when we look as well. And then when we tint as well. And then the tint as well. And then when we look lumen as well. And then when we look at color boost when we well. And then when we look at tint as well. And then when we look at color boost is a little bit better than saturation, but it still produces a very unnatural looking type of color adjustment. And it's basically
increasing the saturation of the lower value pixels before the higher end one. So it's almost like a vibrant
before the higher end one, before the higher end one. So it's almost like the higher end one. So it's almost like a vibrancy. So it's very similar to like a vibrant higher end ones. So it's very similar to like similar to like a vibrancy adjustment. So it's very similar to like a vibrancy adjustment in photo editing softwares. But again, this isn't exactly what we want because it can break our image pretty quickly, as you can probably see in the background. And also it's still kind of produced background. And also kind of produces an unnatural or unsatisfying look. But again, this isn't exactly what we want because it can break our image pretty quickly, as you can probably see in the background. And also it still kind of produces an unnatural or unsatisfying look. Now yes, there is a better way to
do each of these adjustments, but we're going to talk about what that replacement is a little bit later once we have a little bit more understanding of some other tools we're going to explore.
So we have two more tools that we want to look at here. We have our hue, which just shifts the overall hue of the entirety of the image, and then we have our loom mix. Now loom mix image, and then we have our loom mix. Now loom mix can get somewhat mix. Now loom mix can entirety of the image, and then we have our loom mix. And then we have our loom mix. Now loom mix and our loom mix. Have our loom mix. Now our loom mix. 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 And then we have our loom mix. Now loom mix can get somewhat confusing, especially when you start mixing it with other colors.
Yeah, to put it very simply, it's the percentage of how much this RGB channel, also known as the Y channel, has an effect on the RGB adjustments.
RGB adjustments. So I'm going to switch over to the waveform here to make this
Switch a little bit easier to see. But let's say, for example, I increased my red channel a lot and kind of blew this out of proportion quite a bit. This is the target version part of it. But let's say, for example, I increased the
switch over to the waveform
here to make this a little bit easier to see. But let's say, for example, I increased my
to see.
But let's say, for example, I increased my red channel a lot and blew this out of proportion. Let's say, for example, I increase the red channel a lot and just blowing out of proportion as an example. Now the loom mix is attempting to. Let's say, for example, I increase this red channel out of proportion. You notice this.
So let's say, for example, easier to see. So let's say, for example. So I'm going to switch over to the
red waveform here to make this a little bit easier to see. So let's say, for example, I increase this red channel way out of proportion.
So let's say, for example, to see. So let's say, for example, I increase this red channel way out of proportion.
Waveform, and I increase red, the green and blue channels are going down.
Well, if I turn off loom mix, you'll notice that now the red channel just moves by itself because it's not attempting to keep the luminance of the it moves by itself because it's not attempting to keep the luminance the same. So loom mix is essentially just moves by itself because it's not attempting to keep the luminance the same. So loom mix is essentially just a loop. So loom mix and the same. So loom mix is essentially just a luminance compensation whenever any of these channels change. And in addition, when luminance change. And in addition, when loom mix is set to 0, this channel does and in addition when change. And in addition, when loom mix is set to 0, change. And in addition, when loom mix is set to 0, this channel does absolutely nothing because it's not being mixed into the RGB channels. Now the reason we would use this becomes a lot more evident later. I'm going to go ahead and redo RGB channels. Now the reason we would use this becomes a lot more evident later. I'm going to go ahead and reduce it later. I'm going to go ahead and reduce the scopes back down again, and this is a good time to
move on to our custom curves. Now, loom mix will also have an effect on this, just as a side note, but our custom curves are really nice if we want to dial in a specific type of contrast. Let's say we want to raise our shadows and lower our highlights and give like a more low contrast look, but still have some sort of definition. We flip that back and finish. We flip If we flip that back and forth, we can see we still have a nice amount of contrast, but with a lifted shadow area and a reduced highlight. So it's a good way to shape our contrast in general. If we flip that back and forth, we can see we still have a nice amount of contrast, but with a lifted shadow area and a reduced highlight. So it's a good way to shape our
Hey!
Whoa!
Where?
Hey, Pingo Paulo, how's it going? I don't know how to pronounce that. But how's it going on everything? How is life? Welcome in. Hi, Tim. I have a question. Do you ever use the edit index in DaVinci Resolve? Very rarely. I have. Funny enough, the biggest reason I actually use the edit index is for a custom script that I have to do auto chaptering. So if I show the edit index right here, what is? Oh, no, it's actually showing incorrect. So what I'll actually do is, like, as I'm going through an edit, if I'm setting markers and stuff, so I'll set a few arbitrary ones in the timeline right here real quick. So if I go to my markers and I have them set here, I can actually export, whoops. I forgot I have to, oh, that's right. On the edit index, I have to show the markers. Yeah, there we go. So if I can have all the markers set up, I can label each marker as well. And if I click on this dot and select export edit index, it'll export that that marker list as a CSV, which is basically like a custom table. And then I have this nifty little script in here, where I can export it to, and if I export it here, I can show this in Finder. Not Finder, I'm not on a Mac, lol. In that folder, I have these batch scripts, and basically what it'll do is it'll take those edit indexes. So if I open this CSV in VS Code, we'll see that it contains the timecode stamps for each of those markers that I had. It's freaking out for a second. It'll have the timecode stamps with all this extra stuff that I don't really need. But I also have like the titles of the markers that I titled it in here. So what this script will do is I'll double click this, and then it'll give me a text file. And then that text file will then just have the time codes with the chapter markers in, so I can just copy and paste this and use it in my YouTube descriptions without having to type it out all manually. So that's basically the biggest reason I use the edit index. That's like the only thing I use the edit index for. It does have more uses than that, of course, but that's my biggest use case for it right now.
Into the RGB channels. Now the reason we would use this because
Do you have any specific questions on the edit index by chance?
into the RGB channels. Now the reason we would use this becomes a lot more evident later. I'm going to go ahead and reduce the scopes back down again, and this is a good time to move on to our custom curves. Now Lumix will also have an effect on look, does a contrast look, but still has some sort of definition. If we flip that back and forth, we can see we still have a nice amount of contrast, but we reduce highlight. So it's a good way to shape our contrast in general. We can also select this link button right here, and we can move our red, green, and blue sliders individually. Let's go ahead and reset this real quick. So I can
this real quick, and so I can move.
It's cool. Actually, like March for it comes up with a bunch of useless information that you remove with your script. Yeah, basically. Unfortunately, I can't take credit for the script. It was actually another community member that kind of had a similar issue and just decided to share it with me, Alex Gecko.
So I can...
He created the script kind of out of that similar necessity. I was like, oh, this would be really nice to have for YouTube stuff. So he ended up making it a little bit more fully fleshed, and yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Quick, and so I can move my red channel individually.
So wondering about other possible uses. I mean, it does have more uses than just that, of course. Hold on, let me turn off show all. There we go. I don't personally use it that much, but it can be useful for like just having a grouped view of like every single clip you have notes on. So like as an example, let's just say on my screen recordings I had, you know, such and such clips, blah blah blah. These were all specifically marked with a clip color, so I'll just label these as orange for whatever reason. I can use this edit index to say, okay, well, let me just see all the clips that are labeled orange, and then it should just show me only those. I thought that's what it would do. Oh, that's right. Actually, okay, no, that is exactly what it does. I forgot I had more colors because and there's a bunch of cuts on them. Okay, so yeah, it does show all of them that are, and it shows only the clips that are labeled that. So let's say I had notes to address in those specific instances. It allows me to just click on it, and then I can very quickly jump right to it. So if if I'm clicking on those edit indexes, it's going right to those points in the edit, so I can like, oh, that's where the note is that I need to address. So that's one instance of it. I know there's way more to it than that, but as a colorist, I use it for jumping to marker to marker during reviews. Yeah, that's another way to do it. I know there's stuff you can use in the track aspect of the edit index, but I haven't use that part at all. So there was something else, yeah, because you can show clips that have different types of effects on them, whether it's speed, composite, transform, or other types of filters. So yeah, it's more of just like it looks at every single edit point, where it is, what the timestamp is. So yeah, it's basically just a powerful reference tool. Yeah, and I'm sure there are, and I'm sure you can custom code some stuff that you can utilize it for even more. I would have a hard time figuring out what those things are off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are some more. I unfortunately just don't have any use cases for it off the top of my head. But that is a fun thing to explore, in all honesty. I would like to see more that the edit index can do, because it has a lot of information that you could really feasibly use.
Channels. Now, the reason we would use this becomes a lot more evident later. I'm going to go ahead and reduce the scopes back down again, and this is a good time to move on to our custom. Now, it still has some sort of definition. If we flip that back and forth, we can see we still have a nice amount of contrast, but with a lifted shadow area and a reduced highlight. So it's a good way to...
And by the way, is this your first time showing up to stream? I don't recognize the name. And if so, did you find it from one of my videos by chance? Because if so, that's weird, but cool. Weird for me, because I'm like, oh, people are just randomly finding me. I'm not used to that.
Reduce highlight. So it's a good way to shape our contrast in general. We can also select this
link button right here, and we can move our group my red channel individually, as well as my green.
I wanted to say thank you for your videos and presentations. Oh, you saw ResolveCon. Oh, that's weird. That's cool. Well, I'm glad you saw the ResolveCon presentation. That's awesome. And no problem. I'm glad I can help people out. That's why I do all the YouTube stuff in general. Oh, that's dope. That's so cool. that's like weird for me to experience, because I'm just like, I did something online, somebody somewhere in the world saw it, and now they're coming over and watching more of the stuff I post because they saw that one thing that I did. That's, yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't know. I'm not used to it yet. Because most of the stuff I do is outside of YouTube. But I still do, I'm doing more YouTube nowadays than I did at that point. But yeah, it's still weird and cool.
As well as my green individually, as well as my green.
Oh my word. Goodness, I'm gonna have to call it a night soon. It's getting late. That's nice. Yeah, but a stranger come along. No, you must be weird. It's just like, yeah, 'cause, I mean, you're not the first one to do it, but it's still weird when it happens, because it's just like people come in and say, "Hey, Tim, how's it going?" I'm like, "Who are you?" I don't know who you are. But it's fun. I really enjoy it. I love it when people come and just hang out and ask questions. Like that's the reason why I do all the live stuff. Like I'm probably the Resolve creator that does the most stuff live. I'm not saying that it's like, oh, look at me, I'm doing all the stuff that other people aren't. No, it's just like, just a matter of fact. Like I think I'm just on live more often than most people. Like there's a couple others that do it, like Wampus does it quite often. Patrick Sterling goes live a decent amount. And so there are like other Resolve creators that are on and editing and doing stuff often. It's just like, I don't know. It's a fun thing to interact with people and all kind of geek out about the same thing.
Whoops. Where's my individually, as well as my green. Whoops. As well as my green. As well as my green. As well as my green. Individually. As well as my green. As well as my green. As well as my green. As well as my green and my blue. And you'll notice that when we move, you'll notice and you'll notice that when we move the loom and my blue, and you'll notice that when we move.
All right, speaking of geeking out, how cool is it when this, dude? Okay, when I saw that, I was like getting ready for bed, and I was like, I have to make a video on this right now. It was like 1:30 in the morning, and so I was like about to crawl into bed. I'm on my phone in the bathroom, and I see like there's a new Resolve update. Oh, I wonder what these updates are. I'm like, ProRes on Windows. And then in the span of the fastest I've ever and this is even close, the fastest I've ever written, recorded, edited, and posted like thumbnail and all that stuff, done a YouTube video. I did it in 2 hours. and I posted this. So I did that so fast because I was like, I have to record this and get it out there. It's a short video, it's 2 minutes and 19 seconds, but I basically did the whole thing in nearly one take, and just because I was so excited about it. So I had to research it and make sure everything worked the way I thought it would. So I was like, okay, let's go to the deliver page, make sure it's there. Okay, that's cool. All right, let me make sure do the proxies get affected by it? Let's see, like, oh my goodness, yes they do. There's ProRes proxy, you can do that now. And it's like, what about the proxy generator? Does that have ProRes on it on Windows now? And I opened it up, I was like, oh my goodness, yes it does, look at that. Ah! So I freaked out. So I made the video and showed that stuff, and then looking back on it, I wish I had mentioned a little bit more, but again, it was an update video, and I was like, I just now saw this, nobody else has posted about it, so I went ahead and like posted about it super fast, And apparently, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was the first one to get it, and then Carl Hendrickson was the second person. He posted like almost right after me. It was like an hour later. So I I thought it was funny. Our our thumbnails were like very, very similar in terms of the expression. So that was kind of funny. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Oh yeah. This was pretty good. Yeah, right here. We both posted like a very similar video near the same time. So, yeah, that was kind of funny. But yeah, the ProRes thing is super dope. So I think it's on group on Facebook, then watch your video for confirmation and immediately contact our production team that's struggling with getting ProRes out. There you go. Let's go. It makes me so happy. And that's not just a big deal just because like, oh, ProRes is in Resolve, but it's like oh, for an Amazon movie. Oh, that's huge. That's super dope. Yeah, and it's not just huge for the fact that like, oh, ProRes is in Resolve on Windows now, but it's like that has huge implications for future licensing. So like, I don't know how far Blackmagic Design plans on expanding on that, but the most obvious question is, are we getting ProRes RAW soon? Now, to be fair, like I still prefer B-RAW, but you know, if we have access to ProRes RAW, it just gives us a little bit more of a foothold. Now, obviously, the biggest brick wall in that whole thing is Atomos, because Atomos and Blackmagic do not have the best working relationship, so that makes it a little bit difficult for that to become a reality. So even though Apple owns it, because they co-developed it with Atomos, the licensing is a little bit different there. But hopefully, I would imagine Blackmagic's working on it, and who knows, maybe they may have an announcement at NAB coming up pretty soon. We'll see.
Of these curves. So this tool can be
Mainly because if Resolve does take that, then they really just have no limits.
can be really fun to play around with.
It would just be kind of bonkers.
This tool can be So this tool can be really fun to play around with and get specific looks.
Also, will pros only stay available for Resolve, or is this the first crack of the wall for other software? I don't know, because this was a specific deal between Blackmagic and Apple. So I don't know what that means for other software that doesn't have it, because every licensing agreement is different. I think the biggest reason we're seeing it right now is because Blackmagic has already been working with Apple on stuff like that whole Apple Vision stuff, especially with the new I forget what the Ursa is called. It's like the Ursa VR or whatever it is, the dual lens thing. But because they're working directly with Apple on that, it actually kind of makes sense that the whole ProRes thing came to light. So again, I don't know what that means for ProRes RAW, if that's going to be coming soon, or if Atomos is just kind of having this stronghold on it, if that's going to limit whether or not they're going to be able to add ProRes RAW to Resolve. But you know, only time will tell. And if we don't hear about it at NAB, I would imagine we're probably not going to hear about it for a while. That's my guess. But again, I could be wrong. That just seems what's most likely.
Looks. And now we're going to run specific looks. And now we're going to run through several And now we're going looks. And now we're going to.
I did not do a good job of deleting all this stuff. Unless, was that the same clip? No, I just didn't delete it. Man, I suck.
Big looks. And now we're going to run through several more niche tools But for these next several tools,
I'm going to do a little bit more of a quick overview of what they do so that you can see that they exist, but they aren't tools I recommend spending a lot of time on outside of when we go to maybe color slice, especially when you're just starting out.
Now, the reason for this is just because... Now, the reason for this is just because as a slice, especially when you're just starting out. Now, the reason for this is just... Now, the reason for when you're just starting out. Now, the reason for this is just because as a
general rule, the best you can get your image to look with the broad tools, meaning the tools that affect your whole image in a clean way, the more likely you'll be able to create a clean look. As Colin Kelly says, broad beats narrow, and almost all these tools that we're about to look at are what I would consider to be secondary tools, meaning these are tools you go to after you've done all of your primary adjustments.
The first of these niche tools we're going to look at are the verse adjustments. The first of these niche
Oops. So, other side, a little bit of a side note here.
The first of these
So the interesting thing with this video right here is, even though it's a video that I made, it's actually not going on my YouTube channel.
The first of these niche tools will need to do all your primary adjustments.
The question is, do I have on this where it moves? No. I gotta go now, but I want to say thank you for your useful information. Bye for really all the best. Well, thank you so much for stopping by and saying hi. Hopefully have a, I guess it's morning now for you at this point, right? You probably are just waking up. I still have to go to bed. But thank you so much for stopping by and saying hi and for the very kind words, and hopefully have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much.
The first of these niche tools we're going to look at are the verse
These niche tools. Now, there are quite a few of them, but basically the easiest way to understand what each of these are doing is when it says whatever this is versus this, it's saying based on whatever this first one is, move the with hue versus hue.
With saying based on whatever this first one is, move move this. So we're saying with hue versus hue, we're saying based on whatever hue this is, shift the hue either forwards or backwards. So let's just take yellow as an example. So we're going to say based on this yellow hue, move it either down or up. And you can see on our image that's exactly what it's doing in the yellow areas. We can take a different image.
Let's see, is there... Do you have the duplicate frame?
Or up. And you can see on our image that's exactly what it's doing in the yellow areas. We can take a different color pick. So let's choose blue as an example, and we can move blue either towards green, and we can even shift it past green, which is why I don't necessarily recommend these tools because it can be easy to break your image. So you got to be subtle with these tools, with really all of these, to be quite frank. But you can see exactly how these are behaving right now. And then if we go on to our next, right now, and then if we go on to our, and then if we go on to right now, and then if we go on to our next one real quick, the hue versus sat, this is saying real quick based on whatever the hue is, move the saturation. So if we go to blue as an example, it's saying based on the blue hue, either increase or decrease saturation. And if we go to the next one, hue.
Oops.
Saturation. And if we go to saturation, and if we go or decrease saturation. And if we go to the next one, hue versus loom, whatever the hue is, loom, reduce or increase the luminance. So once again, we'll take blue, we can either increase or decrease the luminance of blue. And then with our blue. And then with our loom or decrease the luminance of blue. And then with our loom versus sat, we're saying versus based on whatever the luminance value is, so how bright it is in that particular spot, either increase or decrease the saturation. So let's see that firsthand. If we set a point here and set a point here, if we decrease saturation here, we're decreasing here. Right here, if we decrease saturation here, we're decreasing the saturation in the brighter areas, or if we increase it here, we're increasing saturation in the brighter areas. If we do it over here, we're increasing saturation areas. If we do it over here, we're increasing saturation in darker areas. Oops. If we do it right here, over here, we're increasing saturation in darker areas. Oops. If we do it right here, we're increasing saturation in brighter areas. So this areas. If we do it right here, we're increasing saturation in the darker areas. If we do it down here, we're decreasing saturation in the darker areas. So that's what the loom versus sat tool does. And then we have sat versus does. And then we have sat versus sat. This is basically saying, based on whatever the saturation is, either increase or decrease the saturation in that area. So we're going to do a similar type of point here. So in the higher saturated areas, we can decrease it, or in the higher saturated areas, we can increase it, or as an example, increase it, or as an example, in the lower increase it, or as an example, or as an increase, we can increase it. Areas we can increase it, or as an example, in the lower saturation areas we can increase or decrease. And then we move on. And then or decrease. And then we move on to the and then we move on to the sat versus loom. This is saying whatever the saturation level is, either increase or decrease the luminance. So if we go to our lower saturated area and high saturated area, we can either increase the luminance in higher saturations or lower the luminance in the higher saturations. And if we take this in the higher saturations or lower the luminance in the higher, or lower the luminance in the higher saturations. And if we take and if we take this, and if we take this tool, or lower the luminance in the higher saturations. And if we take this tool and lower the luminance in the lower, and lower the saturation, and lower and lower the luminance in the lower, and lower the luminance in the lower sat, and lower the luminance in the lower saturation, and lower the luminance in the lower saturations, or increase the luminance in the lower saturations. So that's what all of these tools do in a nutshell. Now we'll go ahead and move on to the color slice tool. Now I really like the color slice tool because it's the first native tool in DaVinci Resolve that gives us density tool. Now I really like the color slice tool because it's the first native tool in DaVinci Resolve that gives us density sliders. Now density reduces luminance of the most saturated colors while still maintaining the richness of those colors. So it's really meant to emulate how film subtracts colors, and it really gives us this pleasant fall off of luminance while still giving us nice, deep, and rich colors. And density depth really just colors. And density rich colors. And density depth really just shifts where
density is applied. So the lower the density depth, the lower the luminance is applied on. If the density depth is higher, the density is applied in higher luminances.
And you may have already luminances. And you may have already noted on the lower the luminance it's applied on, higher luminances. And you may have already noticed that we actually have a saturation slider in here. So this is a good time to talk about in here. So this is a good slider in here. So this is a good time. So this is a good. So this is a good time to talk about how you. So this is a good time to talk about how you can actually just use a different saturation model. I'm gonna go ahead and just reset this node entirely real quick, just so everything is completely fresh. Now going back to our primaries tool, when we
Increase the saturation, it felt
Now going back to our primaries tool,
video. When we increased the saturation, it felt very video because it was using an additive model, which is how a multiplier works in this scenario.
So going back to our primaries tool, when we Now going back to our
Remove that.
fresh. So going back. So going back. So going back to. So going back to our primaries tool, when we
Increase saturation here, and we were using it as a multiplier. This is what's known as an additive saturation model, and it's attempting to separate the red, green, blue channels to make it more vivid. But when we increase it,
make it more vivid. But when we are vivid. But when we increase vivid. But when we increase saturation, make it more vivid. But when we when we increase attempting to separate the red, green, and blue channels to make it more vivid. But channels to channels to make it more channels to make it more vivid. But when we increase saturation channels to make it more vivid. But when we increase saturation in our color slice tool, it's using a subtractive model, meaning it's attempting to increase the meaning it's model, meaning it's model, meaning it's attempting to increase the saturation of the color model, meaning it's attempting to increase the saturation of the colors without making them brighter. And you can see the very different result that we're getting on this image. Now I just want to do Now I just want to do a quick comparison here. I'm just going to make a new version here. I'll explain versions a little bit later. But in this, we're just going here. I'll explain versions a little bit later. New version here. I'll explain version here. I'll explain versions a little bit later.
I don't really explain versions because I messed up as I explained it, so I'm going to just
version here. But in this, we're just going to go ahead to make a new version here. But in this here, but in version here, but in this, we're but in up. But in this, we're just going to but in this, we're just going to go ahead and reset this and then increase our saturation fully. So this one is using the additive model, and this one uses the subtractive model, and this one uses model, and this one additive model, and this one uses a subtractive model, and this one uses a subtractive model. So you can see how both of these fully cranked give a very different representation of how saturation is applied. So this is why I prefer applied. So this is why I prefer the subtractive model, because it does feel more filmic. Just to show these other Now just to show these other two controls real quick, I'll go ahead and
add a little bit of saturation. The sat balance basically affects the brightness of middle saturations, and so if you set this to -1, then it becomes fully subtractive, so when we increase our saturation, none of our values are increasing at all. And with saturation,
no are increasing at all. And with increasing at all. And then with saturation depth, it's very similar to values are increasing at all. And then with saturation in depth, and then with saturation depth, it's very similar to density depth, where it'll add more color to density depth, where it'll add more color to higher or lower luminances. Now below here we can see we have several different color vectors
here, and the skin tone one's a little weird because it's not luminances. Now below here we can see we have different color vectors here, and the skin tone one's a little weird because it's not a true color vector in the sense that red, yellow, green, cyan, magenta, blue are all part of the vector scope over here, but it can be nice if you're trying to make specific refined adjustments to the skin without affecting much of the other background colors.
But this does allow us to give a little bit
more specific
adjustments.
You have a little bit more specific adjustments to certain colors, so if I wanted to adjust the density and saturation of just the blue channel, I can do that here by adjusting my blue density and blue saturation.
I can do that here by adjusting my blue adjusting my blue density and blue saturation without really affecting any of my other colors. I can also shift the hue of that blue if I want to shift it towards green or towards magenta. If I wanted to shift it magenta. If I wanted to go towards green with that blue, if I want to shift it towards any of my other colors. I can also shift the hue of that blue if I want that blue. If I wanted to shift that blue, if I wanted to shift blue, if I wanted to shift blue, if I wanted to shift blue, if I wanted to blue, if If I wanted to shift it that blue. If I wanted to shift it clockwise, the hue of that blue. If I wanted to shift it clockwise or counterclockwise, that blue. If I wanted to shift it clockwise or counterclockwise. And then my center point clockwise. And then my clockwise. And then my center point counterclockwise. And then my center point here basically. And then my center point here basically, you know, my center point here, counterclockwise. And then my center point here basically shifts where the center point of that color vector should land, and we can see that in our hue wheel right here. And moving this center point will also shift where the, and moving that center, and moving that center right here, and moving that center point right here, and moving that right here, and moving that center point will also shift the edge of its adjacent color vectors. Vectors. You can also click and hold. You can also click and hold this tool right here to see exactly what that color vector is selecting. And a key thing to note is,
Hey! Where?
Hey, Narain, how's it going on? Everything? How is life? Hello. Welcome in.
selecting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Just working hard. Got a full color. Wow, I can't even talk anymore. Got a full color grading tutorial coming out hopefully sometime next week. Are those duplicated? What's this?
Be happy to answer, and I will see you in the next video.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know how this ended up here. Well, that's free real estate I can take away. Nice.
Does the color page in DaVinci Resolve feel overwhelming?
And I can take that out too. Okay, don't know how that happened. But hey, there's more time taken off. If I can get this under an hour, that would be incredible.
Its adjacent color vectors. You can also click and hold this tool right here to see exactly color vectors. You can also click and hold this color vectors. You can also click and hold this tool right here to see
That'll
exactly what that color vector is selecting. And a key thing to note is selecting. And a key thing to note is that the and a key thing selecting. And a key thing to note is that these depth and balance sliders do actually affect each individual color vector. So if I move this saturation depth, even though I only have it, so if I move this density depth, even though I only have it on the blue, so if I move this, sliders do actually affect each individual color vector. So if I vector, so if I so even though I only have it, so individual color vector. So if I move this.
By the way, Narain, if you do have any questions about DaVinci Resolve or anything that I'm doing, appease me. I'm just kidding. Please feel free to ask at any point. Don't feel like you're interrupting anything or bothering whatever. Just feel free to ask.
Vector. So if I move this vector, so if I move this vector, so if I move this dense vector, so if I move this vector, so if I move this vector. So if I move this vector, so if I move this color vector, so if I move this 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 density vector, so if I move this density vector, so if I move this density depth, even though I vector, so if I move this density vector, so if I move this density vector, so if I move this vector, so if I move this color vector, so if I move this density vector, so if I move this density depth individual color vector, so if I move this density depth, even though I only so if I move this density depth, even though I only have it on the blue vector, it's still being affected by this slider. So the color slice tool slider. So the color slice. So the color slice. So the color tool. So the color. So the color slice. So the tool. So the color slider. So the color slice tool is a really amazing tool to use. You just want to be very careful with it because it is relative, but it's also a powerful way to the image. But it's also a powerful way. But it's also a powerful way to introduce some good image. Alright, I'll go ahead and reset this your image. Alright, I'll go ahead and reset this tool here, and we're going to move into your image. Alright, I'll go ahead and reset this tool here, and we'll move straight over into Power Windows. Power Windows. Power Windows. Those are base. Power Windows. Power Windows. Power Windows are basically masks, so if we
Add one here, we can see that our node is actually changed to display only what the mask is showing, and we can move this mask around, we can make it larger, we can soften it so that it only does a little bit of effect here on the end and a lot more in the middle. But this is a really good way to isolate some certain adjustments. So if we move our gain up in here, but this is a really good and a lot more in the middle. But this is a really good way to isolate some certain adjustments. So if we move our gain up in here, we can see it's doing most of the effect inside of this circle, and then the least effect on the outside, and then nothing at all outside of the circle entirely.
And this applies And this applies to any effect that you use within this power window. And if you want an easier power window, and if you want an easier represent, and if you want an window, and if you want an easier representation of what you're seeing and editing inside this power
In this window, you can press Shift H, and that'll highlight the regions that you're affecting the most and not at all.
And you also have access not at all. Not at all. And you also have access to multiple types of power windows. You also have access to multiple types of power windows. And you also have access to And you also have access to multiple types of power windows. If I go ahead and reset this, we have a little gradient wipe, so we can determine our softness and angle and where exactly we want this to be. So this can be good if you want to
Flag off a certain section without affecting the rest of the image. We can also flip
a mask the image. We can image, and we can also flip any mask to switch if it any mask to switch if it uses this. And we can also invert any mask easily, and we can also flip any mask to image, and we can also invert any mask easily by just clicking the invert button here. And so those are power windows and power windows. And so those are power windows. And so those are button here. And so those are power windows in a nutshell. I'm going to go ahead and reset this again. And I'm really going to I'm going to really quick talk about. And so those are power windows in a nutshell. I'm going to go ahead and reset this again. And I'm really going to
Hey! Where?
Hey, Samir, how's it going? How's everything? How's life? Welcome in. welcome. It's good to see you. Hopefully your coding has been going pretty well.
Camera Tim.
I appreciate the follow. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. How's it going?
I'm going to really quick talk about tracking as well. Because the tracking feature inside of Resolve is actually really good. I'm going to go ahead and Shift 8. And let's just
Been getting wrecked, dude. Are those coding tests just killing you?
Shift H, and let's just say, and I'm really gonna really quick talk about. And so those are power windows in a nutshell. I'm gonna go ahead and reset this again, and I'm gonna really quick talk about. Reset this again. I'm gonna really quick talk about.
Grind doesn't stop. It doesn't feel like I've been getting better. Ooh, that's rough. It's one thing to grind. It's another to feel like you're not improving in any way. That can really suck. Yeah, it'll definitely click. You're always improving, even if you don't feel like it.
I'm gonna really quick talk about tracking with these power windows as well, because the tracking feature inside of Resolve was actually really good. I'm gonna go ahead and highlight this with Shift H, and let's just say I wanted to track his facial movements really finely. So let's go ahead and just set the mask on top of his face, and we're going to move over to the tracker window. And because I already have it window, and because
Oops. No.
worker window, and because I already have it selected on the mask, I can just go ahead and click this track forward button, and we're going to watch as it tracks his face as best it can. And the tracker actually does a pretty good job. It loses it a little bit, but it's trying to track it in 3D space. But now, if we do any sort of adjustments here on his face, it only applies to whatever's inside the circle, and it stays tracked onto that spot. So the tracker's a really good way to. So the tracker's a good way to that spot. So this tracker. So this tracker.
You're definitely catching me at like the low end of the stream. Earlier it was kind of nuts. I was going absolutely nuts, but now I think I'm developing a sore throat, so that kind of sucks. It's also getting like uber late, but I'm home alone for a couple days, so I just made myself really tired talking about it. Yeah, I really should be getting off soon. I'm on here way later than I wanted to be. But I mean, this tutorial's just absolutely massive. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. It's kind of absurd. That's the thing though, is like I'll get in the groove and I'll just keep going, and the thing is like while I'm live, like yes, I could probably get distracted, but it keeps me awake a lot longer, so I actually get a lot more done because of it. So that's a convenience factor. But anyways, I think I probably should call it at this point. It's I'm a little toasty. A little toasted. But anyways, I appreciate you showing up. I can definitely feel my throat is getting kind of sore, so I really don't want it to like actually be a problem tomorrow. But thankfully, the good news is like all of my recording aspect is done, so tomorrow is just gonna be all editing. It's just gonna be a trip. Ah! All right. I'm gonna see. Can I find somebody to raid? There's a lot more people here earlier because that's actually like when people were awake. Everybody else went to bed. So I'll see if there's anybody on here. Random stroke of luck. If there's anybody doing Resolve stream, that would be ideal. I usually look for the Resolve streamers. I don't show favoritism. Actually, I do. That's a lie. But I show favoritism in the most loving way, okay? I'm your favorite. Yes, 100%. Definitely. All the Resolve editors are my favorite. Okay. Ooh, what's this? Aha! I think I may have found one. I'm just gonna scroll and double check. Oh, there is another one. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't know. I don't know which one to go for. Let me keep that as a tab. Oh, there's another one. There's quite a few Resolve editors on right now. That's nice to see. Alright, I think I know which one we're going for. Cause why not? Alright. I'm gonna set the raid target on YouTube. If you happen to still be hanging and chilling, I will post the actual Twitch link as well, but we're gonna raid Auntie David, who is editing. I don't even know what this game is. It looks like a first-person RuneScape. This just shows you how in touch with the world I'm in. But anyways,
Hey!
here's the link
Where?
for you YouTube folk if you're out there. But anyways, I appreciate you guys showing up. For everybody that was here earlier, who is most definitely asleep and cannot hear me, and probably won't see this. Thank you. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Keep on the lookout, hopefully next week, for this color grading tutorial. It's not going to go on my channel. It's going to go on Kevin Stratford's channel. I'm hoping it'll come out sometime next week. It depends on if I can get it done in time. I have a couple other deadlines to meet by Monday. We will see. But anyways, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. All that great stuff. The yada, 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 such and such. Ending speech, all that spiel. Let's go raid and show this person some love and tell them why they're a great person for using Resolve. Anyways, I love you guys. Bye.